with their thoughts well collected. They are not happy in their abode, like swans who have left their lake. They leave their house and home.
Yeah, left in a blaze of glory, another page in the story, okay. Keep going, don't stray, forget what they say. Hey, hey, left in a blaze of glory, yes indeed. Better believe, vision racing at light speed. Cutting the time, removing the temptation. One look in his eyes, see the dedication. Focused on the highest level. Took a lot of big sacrifice to be successful. But it's been a long road. Finally got the peace he was looking for, but his story's untold. Wise with age, he ain't following behind the guides they made. The venerable, so the mind stayed raised. Now let me turn the page.
Shadow,
Men who have no riches, who live on
started
recognized
a little
food,
bit later than I
who have
wanted
perceived
to.
void
Central,
and
70,
unconditional freedom,
you know,
nirvana. Their path is difficult to understand,
first, and it took longer
like
than I
that
thought it
of
would.
the birds in the air.
Look, it's hard for you to see what's going on beneath the surface. Hard for me to put it in retrospect, and if I did, I probably would close the curtains. I wasn't ready. Mind flooded with enough temptation to break the levee. Thoughts full of malice. Stand on this road to be a poisonous challenge, but a wise man can see the void when it's balanced. Venerable, moving on to a whole nother zone. He was destined, fully invested. All it took was acceptance. He seen the way. He let the past be the past. Didn't let nobody lead him astray. Been 100 miles, and he finally got to the end of the road. It been a long time coming, but that boy that bold.
Such a one who does his duty is tolerant like the earth,
Jaded,
like into his
melanated.
gold. He is like a lake without mud.
Brothers
His thought
and
is
sisters,
quiet,
we are gathered here
quiet
tonight.
as his word and
Get
deed.
yourself
When he
situated.
has obtained
Make
freedom
sure
by
the
true
children
knowledge,
are out of the
when
room,
he has thus
because
become
we are
a
going to be
quiet
going over
man.
these transcripts.
Words spoken in silence, brought to life by
Please
action.
like,
Stayed
share,
on
and
code,
subscribe
every day
before
seen
we
another
get
distraction.
And remember, my
And this is the
Stay
last
on
call, the point to
night.
surpass all.
It's
Virtue
like
is stand
last
tall,
night.
free
Same
from the
rules
powers
apply.
of greed. He at that state when nirvana's achieved. Free of lust, free of hatred, switch it up. Had to adjust to this path that we see as sacred. Overcoming desire and ill will, it all falls by the wayside like raindrops on a windowsill. The venerable. Now talk to him.
The man who is free from credulity, but knows the uncreated, who has cut all ties, removed all temptations, renounced all desires. He is the greatest of men. In the deep water or on the dry land, wherever venerable persons dwell, that place is delightful.
There we go. That's not
Forests are delightful. Where the world finds no delight, there the passionless will find delight, for they look not to pleasures.
The venerable, reborn to a new land, we never seen it before. I never knew the feeling of honor that's in its purest form, and I can't even imagine what it feels like after epiphanies. You see the real sight, real light. Ride out.
Like probably we gonna go along with this chapter. This is chapter 7. We're gonna go to chapter 9, and then we're gonna start. I'm waiting for everybody to come up in here so I don't have to repeat myself.
Chapter 8.
Those of you on the backup, you are more than welcome
Always
to come to the main
and
channel.
constantly reveres
Nobody likes
the
to be
aged.
alone, and kind of lonely.
4 things will increase to him:
So come on to the treehouse.
beauty, happiness, power.
Now let this potion run its course through the wave. Charting the waters, we just set sail, letting this vision swell. Chapter 8, Feel like I'm under the spell, and you can say 1,000 words, but if it don't make sense, then what's the action behind them verbs, bruh? Nothing, a whole lot of nothing. Can't let them spam my discussion. I'm trying to work, and that's just blocking production. I'm trying to build some sort of semblance of peace. A wise man told me you gotta sacrifice before you enter the feast. You could run 1,000 miles and still not make it to the finish. Spinning your wheels, going in circles, what is the purpose? Thinking, where's the ending? It's hard to see when this notion is lost. Like trying to set sail in a vessel after it's frozen once the ocean's frost. Cold-blooded. Yeah. Talk to him.
If a man for 100 years worship Agni, fire in the forest, and if he but for one moment pay homage to a man whose soul is grounded
if it's anybody
in true knowledge,
they don't know about it.
Better is that homage than sacrifice for 100 years.
Yeah, they like, what's the meaning? I'm like, listen closer. I can only vouch for truth until the vision's over. That type of thought surpasses prison culture. Free of bondage, broken chains within my brain. Gotta put that behind us. I'm just being honest. They wonder what's the deeper meaning. Check the surface first, then you look beneath, then you might see the reason. Brief intermission.
He who lives 100 years, idle and weak, a life of one day is better if a man has attained firm strength.
So you can live to be 100 with a jaded conscience, or walk the path of enlightenment, circumvent the nonsense. Yeah, cause time is of the essence. Hope you caught the message. I just now got to the point where I can peep the lessons. Chapter 8 for the collection. Words of the Dharma Pada spoken by the professor, combined with the author. Look, it's a whole nother genre. Seeking out for a different route, and every word is nourishment. Had to flourish, more encouragement. We just doing the service. Ooh-wee. You can live 100 years vicious, but a life of one day is better with virtues from this position. Let's go. You can have 1,000-word vision, but if it's lacking purpose, what's the mission? What's the mission? You can live 100 years vicious, but a life of one day is better with virtues from this position. Run it back. You can have 1,000-word vision, but if it's lacking purpose, what's the mission? What's really going on? You can live 100 years vicious, but a life of one day is better with virtues from this position. Thousands.
Hey, my boo.
Yeah. Ride out.
It's over there somewhere, wherever
If
you
a
put
man
it.
commits a sin, let him not do it again. Let him not delight in sin. Pain is the outcome of evil.
Another canvas for the easel. Chapter 9 is called Evil. Dhammapada for the sequel. Dhammapada for the people. Evil deeds in this balanced jungle. Heinous nations, corrupted hustles. Flagrant hatred, detractors haunt you. Hate to say this and they ain't want to. And even the righteous had evil thoughts. Wicked lingers over noble hearts. Wickedness against suffocation of innocence. That's how it starts. Diabolical affliction, vision clouded by the programming society's infliction. We surrounded by corruption, nefarious mentalities develop under fragile circumstances, but it ain't nothing you can tell them. I know
Right, this one and the general.
Let a man avoid
I like the whole
evil
thing, don't get me wrong. But them
as a merchant. If he has few companions and carries much wealth, avoids a dangerous road, as a man who loves life avoids poison.
Yeah. Poisonous anecdotes tarnish progression. Born innocent, learning from the start of inception. Stepping stones to a moral compass that guided you throughout the storm. So when the evil thoughts emerge, you got the fortitude to stay informed. And they say, evil is human nature, but so is war. That don't mean shooting bullets off its righteous behavior. That's just a vice to invite you to danger. Cause we all got a conscience, some people ignore it just like a stranger. Good versus evil, the oldest drama known to man. Good versus evil, which side of the fence do you stand? Cause all I want is for my people to shine. Cause all I want is for my people to shine. I think it's time.
If a man offend a harmless, pure, and innocent person, the evil falls back upon that fool. Those who are free from all worldly
Listen to the
desires
words that's
attain
coming out of Cupcake's
nirvana.
mouth. It's called
Platinum Nirvana. Chapter 9, one time. Yep. Diabolical affliction, vision clouded by the program and society's infliction. We surrounded by corruption, nefarious mentalities develop under fragile circumstances, but it ain't nothing you can tell them. So what does this all mean? Where do we go from here? Careful, you gotta take caution before you steer. Think twice before it's lights off. Think twice or it might cost. Cause you gotta steer the boat. Never use autopilot. Cause when evil takes the wheel, sound the savage whoosh. Evil.
Even an evildoer sees happiness as long as his evil deed has not ripened. But when his evil deed has ripened, then does the evildoer
Woman of the hour, Cupcake.
Yeah, chapter 9.
YJ, the author, Cupcake. Yeah. I see you.
Right out. Right out.
Oh, I'm telling you, that joint hit through the fountain. That was our home team member, Truthful, aka YJ the author, with Nikki New, aka Professor Cupcake. That is the Dharmapada series. How is everybody doing tonight? Y'all see I have the trigger warning up once again. That's because we're going to go through a little bit more thoroughly the documents that we were going through last night. And as always with perverts, it seems like they're always obsessed with the oddest shit. I was telling somebody the other day, I said, I'm tired of answering questions about that daggone Pink Panther doll. Why are you worried about the pink? Well, what you did with that? Why are you so curious? That's my question to you. But yeah, we gonna go through some of the documents that proves that York was the ugly boogeyman that we didn't know about for the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, up to today. Now, this is the okay, Shadow. This is the sealed transcript. It was originally sealed, and the Nuwapians was putting out so much misinformation and lying so much that the government decided that they were gonna unseal these documents. You got carrot cake, I'm jelly. Yo, before we get started, DJ done lost my vape cartridge somewhere out in the ether. So family, if any of y'all have a spare $5, I only need about 4 y'all to give me $5 so I can get some more cartridges because DJ done did me dirty. I had just bought that pack. You're not obligated, but it's greatly appreciated if you can. Okay, so we gonna start up here, but we gonna scroll down because that's what the information is. Chuck told me page 703. No, melanated, I just bought that. And it's off in the ether somewhere. It might be looking at me, but I ain't gonna find it right now because I need it. That's the way it goes. That's just the way it is. Things will never be the same. You know what? If DJ ever end up on TV for something bad, I want to see scrolling down at the bottom of the screen. Hashtag home team called in and said, leave DJ alone. Okay. So as you can see up in the top right corner, Hi to anybody I didn't say hi to, my branch watchers, my haters. Special shout out to y'all, because without y'all, wouldn't none of us had nothing to laugh about. Shit. Little mini update on Eugene. There was another deposition scheduled, but then they canceled it. I don't know who it is canceling them depositions, but I'm thinking it's whoever they trying to interview. And you keep playing that game, and you're going to end up being in court physically in front of Judge Otwell, and Judge Otwell don't seem like he's too pleased right now. But as you can see, this says up at the top, United States District Court, Middle District of Georgia, Macon Division. United States of America plaintiff versus Dwight D. York, a.k.a. Dr. Love, a.k.a. Baba, a.k.a. Ahmadi Al-Mahdi. I know I'm going to jack at least one of them up, so y'all please forgive me ahead of time. It's not on purpose. My brain just don't click right. Brunswick, Georgia, January 7th, 2004. Sealed transcript. Jury trial before the Honorable C. Ashley Royal. And now, before we get started with this document real good, when you look up in the upper right-hand corner of it over here, you see those smudges and stuff. This is an actual factual paper copy that the government scanned it in using all technology in the PDF format. Thank you, Jaded. And Shabo. I say that shit and I be thinking about, remember what Bugs Bunny had on that Viking outfit? I haven't put, shit, thanks, Shabo. I still got the trigger warning up. Durr. You should just see the trigger warning. Okay, here we go. And let me put my phone on mute. Game I ain't played in days. All of a sudden, it want to start coming up. But when Bugs Bunny was doing the what was he riding on? But they was singing "Flight of the Valkyrie." That should be better, family. Majestic Pharaoh. Y'all know y'all have to tell me. Thanks, Melanated. Okay, so let's get back to it. Appearances. Like this is a game show. Like this is an old episode of Walker, Texas Ranger. And the eye of the ranger is upon you. Appearances for the government. And I mean no kind of disrespect when I say that, Shabo. You know my brain don't click too tight. Appearances for the government. Max Wood, Richard S. Moultrie Jr. He from Moultrie, I bet you. Stephanie Thacker. For the defendant, Adrian L. Patrick, Monobeer S. Aurora, Cedric Davis, W. Craig DeLoach, official U.S. court reporter, the P.O. box for that courthouse, computer-aided transcription. We want to give y'all the identity of these documents, right? So they can't come up and say, well, that was a plagiarize. No. Crystal, come sit down. Reporters note, for clarification, please be advised that there are names in the case which are pronounced the same. For example, Issa/Issa, Ebony/Ebony. You see, it's just the different ways to spell the name. So then it says, also, as a general rule, Arabic names and terms which were not spelled for the record and not located by the reporter in available documents are generally followed by the word phonetic only after their first use. Gotta scroll down this ancient document. Index of proceedings. So you see witnesses for the government. One day, hopefully we'll have a team and we can just tackle this and get it all in video format so that people won't have to sit up here and try to piece and parcel this together. Don't you hate it when you put your phone on vibrate and you swear you hear it, but you can't find it? Just because we here right now. Your Honor, my best guess is it's going to be sometime at the end of the week. The court, okay, Mr. Moultrie. We have a lot of questions. We have a lot of substantive witnesses that are going to be very much like Amala. The court, okay, Mr. Moultrie. They won't all take quite as long on direct as Amala because they're not all victims that were molested allegedly beginning in New York and then both in Georgia. Some of them were just molested in Georgia. The court, all right. There are several witnesses like her. The court, okay, so you're telling me it's going to take you at least another week. Now, mind you, this is between assuming the prosecution and the judge who would be known as the court, because they always got to make shit complicated and can't just be judge whatever. Okay, so the court said, all right, okay, anything for the government before we bring the jury in? Mr. Wood, well, Your Honor, we've had some anecdotal information that's come to my attention about communications from the audience upstairs to the defendant. I'm not quite sure. Would you brief the court, please, sir, on what you... Mr. Patrick, cut the light on. Did you bring me a knife? Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Patrick, Your Honor, can he be sworn in? Well, put him on the stand so I can cross-examine him. I mean, I don't know what they're talking about. I'd like him sworn in so I can cross-examine him. Mr. Woods, that's fine. The court, actually, Mr. Patrick, Your Honor, can I swear him in? Okay, so this is one of the first witnesses. Why y'all be tired? That daggone bot else. We all go look. I ain't gonna be here no more, and this is my own live stream. Thank you. You're welcome. What that bot answer y'all, and I'm gonna be gone. Y'all gonna be like, why the live stream quiet? Okay, so now that's establishing what document this is. And as you saw up at the very beginning of the document, it says volume 3. This document right here in and of itself is 316 pages. So this is the third volume through the series. I was trying to rush and get on and didn't wait to eat. So like if y'all hear me, I'm grubbing. I got pizza here and I'm on nibble on it from time to time. So now, right now, you see it's at 563 because this is a continuation. You make a PDF document too long, you ain't never gonna be able to open that motherfucker. So it's 704. Hold on, let me check my Facebook real quick. Check my messenger. Go cheese. I mean, it was either that or, Yeah, I was gonna wait a little bit longer, and I might have got distracted. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that's entirely too far up. Y'all have to excuse me. I got my carpal tunnel glove on, not my Michael Jackson glove, my carpal tunnel glove. You know what, bump it. Yeah, I was intent to be live way earlier than this. But he said it was either 702 or 703, so that's only a 3-page different. Okay, y'all don't get shadow started. Y'all in there talking about go Chiefs and go Panthers. 6:39. And Crystal right here glued to my side like we eating pizza tonight. You know, it's sad. I can't just order pizza from a pizza place. I have to go get a cheese pizza and some turkey pepperoni. I don't speak metal netta, majestic. Okay. So this is a little bit before where he told me to start, but y'all know. Okay, so okay, so Mr. Aurora says, and this is where it says line 12 over there on the left-hand side of the document. Press 1 if y'all can see this okay, or I can try to enlarge it a little bit for those of us who want to read along. I don't eat pork, chillin'. I have no choice. So unless I want a straight cheese pizza, let me get a one from the visually impaired in the back. And I ain't picking, I'm visually impaired my damn self. Hey, Onslaught. I know whoever watching this video later gonna be like, she takes that long to get to the point. No, I'm trying to not have to repeat myself. Thank y'all. Okay, so Mr. Aurora says, Judge, can we approach the court? Sure. In quotation, at the sidebar. The court, I think I may give the jury the option of going to lunch now. I know this is going to be a long witness, Mr. Aurora. The only reason I ask for this, we obviously need the objections on the record. I don't want to object again. But her slides, I don't have a problem with any of them except for page 13. The court, okay. Mr. Aurora, if you could look at that, Your Honor, and the reason I have a problem with this, all the other 16 or so pages just describe generalities of characteristic or that character. I have a problem as this being a possible ultimate issue under 702B talking about not at fault because that's going to some type of opinion. I don't have a problem with any of this stuff about what compliance means, what the age means, or what the typologies are. I don't like the fact that it's saying not at fault because that's implying something. The court, wait just a minute. Let me read it. Let me just read the whole thing. And then the court, there's a pause, excuse me. And then the court says, go ahead. Ms. Thacker says, Your Honor, this particular slide is with regard to the victims and compliant victims. Mr. Lanning will be testifying and using the term compliant victims. And in explaining what that means, it will be discussed that they may be at fault in some way. And during the course of his explanation of that, in explaining the dynamics and behavioral characteristics of compliant victims, that's how that comes into play in explaining that term. Mr. Aurora, Your Honor, if you look at at pages 11 and 12, they describe what a compliance victim is in great detail. I have a little problem in saying these children aren't at fault if they don't do any of these things. These are jury questions. The court, you can't possibly tell me that an 11-year-old or an 8-year-old or a 9-year-old is at fault in a legal sense in this situation, can you? Let me pause for a second. If I stopped in the middle of putting up the thumbnail, my silly behind. I got distracted, y'all. My bad. Okay, do we have any questions so far? Comments, concerns? New thumbnail has been put up. Mr. Aurora, I'm not telling you that, Judge, but I certainly don't want an expert to come up there and give his opinion that it automatically means that it's his it that it automatically means that it's not his fault. He should have a ton of credibility here. They've described what a compliant victim is. They're going to argue very easily, very logically, and I'd be an idiot to argue otherwise in closing, to say these kids are 10. They didn't agree or consent or whatever. That's a logical argument for an expert to give an opinion like that. I only picked this one page because I have a problem with it. The definitions of compliance are all over the place. 11, 12, 14, 15. The court. All right, well, let's wait just a minute. It seems to me the way this comes in is that children who have been abused want to blame themselves for it. And this is an explanation for the circumstances or the reasons where they might blame themselves for it. Is that really it, or is there, Mr. Thacker? That's correct, Your Honor. And in addition, some of the testimony from Mr. Lanning will be with regard to delayed disclosure and those sort of behavior patterns with regard to victims. And what you've stated is exactly one of the reasons for the delayed disclosure, is the feeling of being at fault, blaming themselves. Okay, let's take a pause. Is anybody confused? Does anybody need further clarification? Give y'all a second. Get myself out of the fridge. And close the fridge all the way, please. Mr. Aurora, it's with regards to the information on this slide and what he's going to say. I do not have a problem with him describing what characteristics of partially compliant or what it means. It's like we have on 11, 12, and we have on 14, and we have on 15. Hey, T'Challa. How you doing? I have a problem with them saying he's not at fault. If Mr. Patrick screws up for some reason and says that it's the kid's fault, then bring him back. They're holding the other people. I mean, it's pre-proposing what I'm going to attack on, and I don't think that's right. The hit dog, a holla dog. Hey, Maximum. The court. My concern, though, is that the obvious question is, why didn't you say something about this earlier? Mr. Aurora, because we got this. The court, wait a minute. Why didn't you say something about this earlier? Why didn't you complain about this? Why did you let this go on 5 or 6 years and you didn't say anything about it? I mean, this seems to me to go to the fact of this is normal behavior of children. I mean, you've heard her testimony already that it is, Mr. Aurora, judge. There's a television and a VCR set up in courtroom 2 across the hall. The court, it's fine with me for you to use that, but I'll tell you that I know that they had scheduled some matters across the hall, and certainly that's going to have to take precedent. Yeah, T'Challa, these the documents. Mr. Moultrie, right, the court, but I don't know that there's anything. I would certainly doubt that there would be anything during the lunch break. Mr. Moultrie, we will try to do it now. The court, all right. Anything further? Mr. Patrick, 2 things, Your Honor. 1, Mr. Davis, it's not going to affect the trial, but he's going to be leaving and he'll be back at some later time. Pertaining to what I'm reading right now, they're trying to, one of the prosecutors saw some language from some defense document. You on Facebook, T'Challa? So they brought in an expert witness to testify. The court, but I don't know that there's anything. I would certainly doubt that there would be anything during the lunch break. Hey Jaded, can you grab the Nuwapian group off Facebook and drop the link in the chat, please, if you can? 1, Mr. Davies, it's not going to affect the trial, but he's going to be leaving and he'll be back at some later time. The court, that's fine, no problem. Mr. Patrick, additionally, Mr. Aurora will be the only one at 12:30 here to argue that motion. I probably won't be here. The court, well, I wasn't expecting you to be here. I mean, I don't think you have to be here for that. I know he's handled these motions. Mr. Patrick, and 3, Your Honor, we are going to request. Yesterday, I requested that the defendant have an opportunity to have a pen and make notes on some testimony, and the deputies refused to allow that. But I need him to make notes on some of the testimony for cross-examination purposes in the preparation of his defense, and he's not allowed to have a pen. They wouldn't even give him a pen in the courtroom, not so much as a ballpoint pen. The court, all right. I don't understand why he can't have a pen in the courtroom and just leave it in the courtroom. I can understand why. Mr. Patrick, I mean, when they take him back during the breaks, I want him to read certain testimony and make notes on it and bring it back to me, whatever, because he's going over transcripts and things. Or at night, he can read over things. And it's significant, Your Honor, because he knows the individuals in this case better than anyone. The court, I understand. Mr. Patrick, and I mean, just the pen. There's no history. The defendant has no history whatsoever of doing anything dangerous or anything, in terms of the period of time he was incarcerated. Right, Maximum. Well, shit, I wouldn't trust him with no damn child. I don't see how any type of standard, I mean, denying him a pen denies him an opportunity to properly present his defense. Give him a quill and some ink around this motherfucker. Ain't much he can do with that. Okay, pause. Anecdotal story. For some of the trials for serial killer Ted Bundy, hey Alexis Boo, he represented himself. I believe it was Colorado. He was representing himself. He had access to the library, which had a phone and stuff, and he could make phone calls. Much love to you too. During recess on his trial one day, he told the deputy that was watching him that he had to make a phone call. So the deputy's out there macking it down to some chick, and Ted Bundy jumped out the window and ran off. Yeah, it was Colorado. It wasn't Utah, it was Colorado. Ted Bundy escaped twice from prison. Well, once from the courthouse and then once from the jail. When they have high-profile cases ever since then, no, this is my purpose in telling this. They're very strict on what the defendant can and cannot have. And for a cult leader, a pen is a mighty weapon. Well, this was in the beginning before everybody knew what they knew, Maximum. When that mofo figured they got him, he tried, we got a runner. Excuse me. Mr. Patrick, and I mean, just a pen. There's no history. I mean, technically, he could have opened the pen up, got the little, that little metal screwy piece that's inside the pens, and jugged himself in the artery and killed himself. Then they got to explain how he got a pen in there in order to do that. There's no history. The defendant has no history whatsoever of doing anything dangerous or anything, in terms of the time, a period of time he was incarcerated. I don't see how any type of standard, I mean, denying him a pen denies him an opportunity to properly present his defense. Give him a black colored pencil. Who, Ted Bundy? For that one, no. He testified, well, he was his own lawyer in Florida as well, but he had a team of lawyers behind him, but he kept firing them. Well, maybe you should plead guilty, Ted. You know what, Your Honor? I want another lawyer, please. That was him. That was him. I don't see how any type of standard, I mean, denying him a pen denies him an opportunity to properly present his defense. York was functionally illiterate. How much could he really have written down with a pen? Right, Maximum. The court, come on up, Mr. Marshall. The Marshal, I might have a solution for that, sir. Court confirmed with Marshall. All right. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to hear it. My understanding is, I'm assuming that this witness was CW1. Is that correct, Mr. Moultrie? I believe Habiba was CW1. Ain't no problem, Jade. Thank you. The court. Okay, well, CW1 stated, reading, the defendant maintained a collection of pornographic tapes. She had observed him destroying some of the tapes, but stated that he kept most of them in a black suitcase in his bedroom. Now I understand that that was in the warrant. Oh, T'Challa, when you get on there, it's a files button up at the top. And if you click on that, I think it has 1 and 2 on there. When you're done with those, if you need 3, email me and I'll send it to you. Oh shit, I don't think Warren Jeffs is allowed appearing in his cell either. But I mean, people make shanks out of plastic spoons and toothbrushes and shit. It ain't much you can give a prisoner that they can't, so they give them nothing. I am not Tiff. I'm Tasha, baby. She had observed him some in his suitcase in his bedroom. Now I understand that was in the warrant, Mr. Aurora. Yes, sir. The court. Now, I'm trying to understand how something that became known in the trial of the case relates back to the issue of probable cause when the magistrate signed this. Mr. Aurora, Judge, Miss O'Neill was one of the CWs. I don't know which number she was out there. The standard at that point is, even if we learn evidence down the road, should the magistrate have known that? And what is the likelihood at that point, again, in reassessing it, would that evidence have a reasonable probability of existing? We know Miss Noel through the facts left in September of 2000. Ain't no problem. We know the search wasn't until May 2002. You know, approximately 18 months down the road. We have a prior statement from another informant saying, I've seen him destroy stuff. Now you have other persons saying, I've seen him destroy stuff. So they have 2 independent sources, one which was known and one that wasn't known, that wasn't disclosed to the magistrate at the time. And I think it goes back with regards only to the sex toys that I specifically put in my search warrant, to the staleness or reasonable probability that they're still here, that they're still there. And that's why I'm asking the court to revisit the issue about some of these items. Yeah, Maximum, that is true. But let me pause and say this. These types of videos now more than ever need your support. Make sure that you hit the like on them, because I'm not censoring myself. Then YouTube is going to push it down the algorithm. So to counteract that, please like, share, yada, 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 woo, woo, woo. Okay, and I think it goes back with regards only to the sex toys that I specifically put in my search warrant, to the staleness or the reasonable probability that they're still there. And that's why I'm asking the court to revisit the issue about some of these items. And in particular, in this case, it's going to have to be the Eatonton property, because I believe that's where she said it happened. Yeah, Nequel, it is. That's why we here. The second point I'd like to make, Judge, is that while it wasn't fettered out on direct or cross when the destruction took place. We know it was at least 18 months, arguably before that, because she talked about her relationship sort of receding with the defendant and things like that. Yes, Maximum. So I just think that it should be granted, or I ask you to grant it at this point based on the new information. You already have the law, so I don't need to regurgitate that. The court. Okay. Well, I mean, the issue with the Fourth Amendment is always what was reasonable under the totality under the of the circumstances. I don't find that the information provided by this witness significantly changed anything about the totality of the circumstances. She doesn't even know that he destroyed any tapes. She merely said that he asked her to pass him some and then she left the room. So, I mean, I guess sort of the court, you're going to be doing it. You believe you're going to be doing it. Mr. Aurora, well, I didn't know I was going to be doing the other one until shortly before. And we're going to skip this because it's not really pertinent. The court, the defendant just needs to stay here. I don't think there's a reason to take him back and then bring him back down here. I mean, if the other lawyers want some time, you may be seated. If it's okay to go without them, I don't have a problem with that at all. So, recess at 12:40 p.m., reconvene at 12:45 p.m. in open court, jury not present. The court. Okay, are we ready now, Mr. Aurora? Do you want your co-counsel in here? Mr. Aurora, we're ready to start, Your Honor. My client waives the fact that Mr. Patrick isn't here. The court. All right, are y'all ready? Ms. Thacker. Yes, Your Honor. The court. Bring in the jury. Okay. Now, this is the one that we were reading last night when Mr. Lanning was explaining how certain things worked when it came to child victims and why they don't, run to the police and telling and all that other kind of stuff. So we're not going to reread all of this right now, but we're going to pretty much pick up where we left off. Give me a second to get this sliced down. Anybody have any questions so far? Anybody confused? And as I find my place from where we were last night. Okay. I scrolled a little bit too far. Okay, look. The field of behavioral science, as it pertains to the FBI, is mostly due to perverted serial killers. Ted Bundy was one of the first that went with the moniker. And then you have the Green River Killer that followed right behind him. Ed Kemper, the co-ed killer. You can sit up here and list serial killers off all day. So the FBI coalesced together. We Break Chains Productions. Peace and welcome. So they came up with the behavioral science unit. Probably because didn't they freeze all his assets, Cupcake? Okay, Chuck. Joe Curry, peace and welcome. Okay, Chuck just said the organization hired his attorneys. So no, he didn't have a public defender. Thank you. So the behavioral science unit. No, not really, Maximum. They just came from some twisted households, some of them. Like Ed Kemper mama used to make him sleep in the basement and shit. The first person he killed was her, and he tore a throat box out and put it down the garbage disposal. When they asked him why, he thought he could shut her up. It ain't funny. That shit ain't fun. It's like one of those it ain't funny, but it's funny things. He tore out her vocal cords and threw them in the garbage disposal, and they got stuck in the garbage disposal and spit them back out at him. Mm-hmm. John Wayne Gacy had a fear of his daddy finding out that he was up to homosexual activities. Oh, would he kill your father? Look, his daddy damn near cut him off after the first time he got arrested for sodomy. Right. But and then don't forget, while serial killers are serial killers, they also are stalkers, voyeurs, and all other kind of shit, depending on what kind of serial killer they were. You know, and they always go after a certain type. Okay. So focus primarily on studying behavior and then sharing that information about the behavior of offenders, the behavior of victims to assist people who are responding to these cases in the criminal justice system. Yeah, they do have an app, Jaded. In terms of your training, are you affiliated with any university? Not now, but I was. The classes that we taught at the FBI Academy were accredited by the University of Virginia. I was also involved in some research and training that was affiliated with the University of Pennsylvania. So I was an adjunct professor with the University of Pennsylvania and the University of Virginia. Mr. Lanning, have you published in the area of sexual victimization of children? Yes, I have. Could you tell us about that? I've published in a variety of things in journals, training monographs published by a variety of different organizations because I recognize that as much training as I was doing and traveling as I was doing, I couldn't get the information to as many people as I wanted. So I tried to publish it so it would be accessible to more people. So I published a variety of monographs and articles in different publications, chapters and books and things like that. Of course not. That would be like cognitive dissonance time 50, Jaded. Excuse me. Could you give us some examples of some of those and what the subject matters of those would be? Well, one publication that I did was called Child Molesters and Behavioral Analysis. It was published by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. There have been to date 4 editions of it, and they have distributed somewhere in the neighborhood of 200,000 copies of it since I first wrote it. And that was about the behavioral characteristics of child molesters. Yes, primarily. Have you written anything with regard to the behavioral characteristics of victims? Yes, in this book it also, and that's a publication, also talks about patterns of victims. And I've written some specific articles about that as well. Mr. Lanning, have you received any special commendations or awards for your work in the sexual victimization of children? Right, Cupcake. Yes, what would that be? In 1990, I believe it was, I received the Jefferson Award for Research from the University of Virginia for research, which I did about the ritualistic abuse of children. In 1996, I received an award from an organization called the American Professional Society on the Abuse of Children, APSAC. It's an interdisciplinary professional organization. I received their Professional of the Year award in 1996. And in 1997, I got the Director's Award from the FBI for my lifetime work dealing with missing and exploited children. And have you testified before in cases involving the sexual victimization of children? Yes, I have. How many times? I've testified in state and federal court somewhere in the neighborhood of about 40 times. Yep, jaded. Hold on one second. It's muggy and it's raining and it's messing with my sinuses. Have you been qualified as an expert witness in those cases? Every one of those cases, yes. Aside from your 40 times testifying in court, have you ever testified anywhere else? Yes, I've testified in depositions about 8, 9, 10 times, somewhere in that neighborhood, and I've testified 7 times before the United States Congress. What did you testify before Congress about? All issues related to the sexual victimization of children. Ms. Thacker, Your Honor, the United States moves the admission of Ken Lanning as an expert witness in the sexual victimization of children. So they make the expert come in, they make them run through all of their credentials, and then they present them before the court and say they're a valid expert witness. Mr. Aurora, no objection, Judge, except what we talked about. The court. Right, he's admitted. Like I said, some of this we done read. I don't know why it's coming up different. Chuck said he stopped at 703, but can't be. But that's okay. We gonna muddle through anyway. Because some of this stuff is pertinent and some of it's really not. Like, I really wish that they wouldn't have bowed to cult pressure and like allowed the public in there and allowed cameras in there, because but they was worried about their reputation too. Because if it had been recorded for posterity instead of just transmitted upstairs to the Nuwapian watch room, we wouldn't have these problems now. I understand, that you want the victims to have some type of anonymity, and you don't want their pain dragged out in front of the whole world. But at the same time, it's gotta be better than what these daggone cult members still doing 2 decades after they great master teacher, holy leader can't teleport himself out the freaking jail. Right, Maximum. Right, just stone his ass. Okay. This information is concerning some of the behavior patterns of offenders that I've developed over the years and some information about behavior patterns of victims. So the information that's contained on those slides, was it prepared specifically for this case or otherwise? No, this is material I've developed. Some of it comes from my published writings. Most of these are slides that, in essence, I've used over the years in my training that I've done for various criminal justice professionals. Back up, Crystal. He don't have to teleport, Jaded. He got a wheelchair. He can just roll down the hall. Hey, Risley. This is by Miss Thacker. Mr. Lanning, during the course of your experience, have you found particular characteristics associated with individuals who commit sexual offenses against minors? I'm inclined to take that the wrong way, Joe Curry. But could you please clarify and explain yourself? That's not what that verse say, baby. Mr. Lanning, during the course of your experience, have you found particular characteristics associated with individuals who commit sexual offenses against minors? Yes, one of the things that I discovered early on in studying sex offenders against children is what a varied and diverse population it was. There were many different behavior patterns involved, and they weren't all the same. And it was very important for people dealing with this professionally to understand some of those differences to properly intervene and investigate these cases. And so, did you develop a method of classifying such patterns of behavior to explain and help others understand? Yes, after recognizing that there are different kinds of sex offenders, you have to have some way to then identify them and label them. You can't call them A and B, or X and Y. So I developed a kind of topology or classification system so that you would understand these different kinds of patterns. Maybe Chuck meant 804. And when did you first develop these typologies? I started to develop it in the early 1980s as it began to deal with more and more as I began to deal with more and more cases and began to recognize the patterns. And then I eventually published it for the first time in about 1985. It depends on what size rock you wanted, Jaded. But you'd be better off going to the gravel pit. You know, the place where you can buy the rocks for your sidewalk. It's cheaper there, and you can buy it in bulk. I don't know if they're going to give it to you down to the last rock or if they're going to do it by weight. You say you published it for the first time in 1985. Has it been republished? Other editions of it come out. I revised it in 1987. I revised it again in 1992, and then recently in 2001. And I published new editions of my publications. And more than likely, it's been revised again since this trial right here back in 2004. Could you explain that classification system with regard to child sex offenders using your slides if you'd like? Maximum, right. Yes, basically, when I first began, the first time I developed it, I thought or kind of believed that there were two major patterns that you were dealing with. And I was trying to put all these sex offenders and child molesters into two categories. And what were those two patterns initially? One of the important things is I wanted to come up with terms to describe these patterns that were not diagnostic terms. They were not mental health terms. Okay, so we're getting close to where we left off last night. Okay. Yeah, remember he was talking about the graft and the situational sex offender versus, yeah, we read this part. Okay. 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 Well, and this is page 721, line 5. We're going to start on. What has motivation of a preferential sex offender? Well, one of the major differences between these patterns is that with situational sex offenders, certainly sex is part of it, but quite often with situational sex offenders, you have the elements of power and anger. We quite often hear people say that it's not about sex, it's about power and anger. So with situational sex offenders, it is more likely very often that there are strong elements of motivation of power and anger. But with the preferential sex offender, although they can be issues of power and anger, it's predominantly about sex. These are sexually motivated crimes, and so their primary motivation is sexual arousal and gratification. Can you go ahead and explain your continuum for us, please? Yes. Looking at the left side of the continuum first and understanding it's not absolute, it's just a matter of which is more likely. The first side, we have offenders, as I said, who are more situational, more likely to take advantage of opportunities and situations, and victimize readily available victims of one kind or another. Although some of them can be very intelligent, there seems to be an overrepresentation of people here who are less intelligent. Excuse me. So, although there can be intelligent situational offenders, it is also possible that we don't catch the more intelligent ones. They tend to have an overrepresentation of people who are less intelligent. We also, with this type of offender, seem to have an overrepresentation of people from a lower socioeconomic background, although, again, some of them are exceptions. If there is a problem, and I try to be careful about, I don't diagnose people, I'm not qualified to do that. Girl, you gotta have snacks, drink. This one right here calls for something adult oriented only. Well, the situational offender, yeah, yeah, maximum. Man, I got a slice of pizza in my hand, and I'm waving it as I'm talking, and Crystal just over here bobbing and weaving trying to get it. I said, you know what? If there is a problem, and I try to be careful, about, I don't diagnose people, I'm not qualified to do that. But if there is something wrong with these people, the most common pattern they have is something which I call morally indiscriminate or psychopathic. They very often don't have very much of a conscience. They're willing to do whatever they want to do, and they think they can get away with it. Close, maximum, close. Their criminal behavior is much more varied in nature. They're more likely to be engaged in criminal behavior, to be committing sex crimes, and maybe other offenses that don't involve sex crimes. They may be involved in fraud, robberies, drug dealing. They may also be involved in domestic violence, physical abuse, spousal abuse, and things like that. Mm-hmm. And if they have pornography, their pornography is more likely to be varied and to have a very violent content, focusing on treating women and other individuals as sexual objects for their violent, aggressive tendencies. Now, looking at the other side of the continuum and comparing it, the other side has the offenders that I call preferential. These are individuals who have true sexual preferences. Sometimes that preference can be for children. Sometimes they can have other sexual preferences, or they can have both. But for them, it's predominantly about sex. They tend to be more intelligent. They tend to be overrepresented by people in the higher socioeconomic backgrounds. They tend to have, if they have a condition, have what mental health calls a paraphilia. And who remembers what a paraphilia is? Even though y'all can read it on the screen. Did you go and look up about the lady Mary in the tree? She said it was the love of her life, and then she got caught cheating on it. How you get caught cheating by a damn tree, I'll never know. But you don't believe me? Go type it in Google search. It's the truth. I don't remember all of the details about the divorce. All I know is Rick James said it best. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. or whatever illegal narcotic you decide you want to take. Yeah, I forgot that part last night. Cupcake. Maximum, she married the tree. Yeah, yeah, Cupcake. Right, Max. She told on her own damn self. Like, for those of y'all that used to watch Nip Tuck back in the early 2000s, I think it was on the last season where that man was in love with the, with the plastic surgeon couch. And the plastic surgeon walked in and he was, oh. Get out of my office. Chilling Nip Tuck used to be my show. And they killed that one dude and wrapped his ass in ham and threw him in the Everglades. And then they revisited it. And it was like, what are we going to do with the body? I know what we can do. And then all of a sudden you see him in the daggone grocery store at the conveyor belt with like a cart full of freaking Christmas hams. Okay. And in terms of sex offenders against children, can they fall anywhere along this continuum? Yes, this is a continuum of all sex offenders. And those against children could fall anywhere along this continuum. And would you expect every sex offender to exhibit every one of these particular characteristics? No, that's why it's a continuum. You would just look at, you would have to have a reason for doing this. It would have to be part of the process, that there would be some value in doing this analysis to try to figure out what assistance it might be to try to figure out where along this continuum. Not every offender is going to have every characteristics to the same degree. I see you've got listed there on number 6 on both sides of the continuum, pornography. Right. What has your experience told you, if anything, about the role pornography may play with regard to the sexual victimization of children? I do not get into the issue as to whether pornography causes sex crimes. I will leave that for other people to study and research. Yeah, we read this. Why couldn't I remember all this when I first got live? Okay. What I am interested in is pornography as a violation of the law. Child pornography is against the law, so it's a violation of law. And I'm also interested in pornography as kind of corroborative evidence that when you might expect to find it and how it could be used to corroborate a case. So I don't comment about what causes it. But what we find is that a lot of sex offenders have pornography. The situational sex offenders are probably less likely to have it. The preferential sex offenders are more likely to have pornography. And with regard to the particular processes preferential sex offenders may use to attract children, would you explain that how the process might unfold? Yes. Well, generally, on the relationship between the offender and the child, for example, is the offender a stranger to the child? Is the offender a family member? Or is the offender an acquaintance? They're going to have different strategies on how they victimize children, but the most common technique used, especially by preferential offenders against children, is the grooming or seduction process. They groom and seduce these children. What does that mean? I think maybe you have to be careful here. The easiest way to understand it, but you have to be careful because there are some differences. But the easiest way to understand it is that these sex offenders against children essentially seduce children exactly the same way that men and women seduce each other. If this was between two adults, we would call it courting or dating. When it's between an adult and a child, it's called molestation. Think about that now. Think about that. If it was two grown consenting adults, it would be a courtship. But since it's an adult and a child, it's molestation. We've been live for an hour and a half already. Maximum. But in essence, what you would do is you would see an individual that fits your preferences, somebody that you were sexually aroused by, and then the process would begin. And the first thing you would want to do is gather some information about that person. So you're going to have to now make some adjustments concerning based on the age of the child. How you seduce a 6-year-old, it's going to be different than how you seduce a 13-year-old. And you would also want to make some assessment of the needs of the child. Is this a child who's craving attention? Is this a child who needs physical gifts and presence? So you would do a needs assessment and an age assessment by gathering some information. This could take 5 or 10 minutes, or it could take long periods of time as you gather information. So the first step is to gather information. No, this isn't a psychiatrist cupcake. This is a behavioral scientist from Quantico. Lanning is his last name. The next step is to ensure that you're going to have access to the child. Because to go through this process of seducing, is not going to do a whole lot of good to put in all this time if you're not going to have any access to the child. So you need to gain access to the child. So you may get a job or a hobby or a vocation where you have access to children. You may befriend a woman who has children. This is the expert witness they brought in to testify at York's case, and you know how grimy defense lawyers can be. So they had to bring him in to clarify all of this stuff because they was going to try to throw them children under the bus. The defense was, because to go through this process of seducing, okay, I already read that. So you need to gain access to the child. So you may get a job or a hobby or a vocation where you have access to children. You may befriend a woman who has children. An important part of this process is that very often with children, you may have to first begin by kind of seducing their parents. You are the first line of protection for your child. What do I always tell y'all? Didn't nobody win the little funky $5 last night. I thought that was going to be an easy lick for somebody. Predators always seek positions of power. Excuse me. You have to gain the trust and confidence of their parent so that they will grant you access to the children. So the next step is to gain access to the children. The third step is to now begin to file these needs that you have, to fill these needs that you have identified. And with most children, the primary needs that they fill are the needs for attention and affection and kindness. So they usually shower these kids with attention and affection and kindness, sometimes buying them gifts and presents and things like that. And so you want to begin this process of lowering their inhibition, which is the next step, is to now get them to comply and to go along with the sexual activity. Because if you force them into sex against their will, if you let them go, they immediately run and tell somebody what happened. So if you want to get away with this and you're an acquaintance, what you have to do is gradually lower their inhibitions. This can be done through games, horseplay, fooling around. And then, depending on the age of the child, if the child is a little bit older, you can show them pornography, other kinds of things. Try to get them involved in situations where they're going to spend the night with you or have to change their clothing, and you're going to take advantage of all those kinds of situations. And then eventually you'll lead up to the sexual activity. Look at the dude off of Seventh Heaven. Phil, or whatever his name was. Okay, Mr. Lanning, with regard to your continuum, could you continue and describe that for us, please? Yes. Continuing on the left side of the continuum, the situational offenders tend to be more impulsive. As we said, situational take advantage of opportunities. The impulse arrives, the urge is there, and they give in to the urge. When they think about their crimes, they are concerned about getting away with it. So they evaluate and consider risk. What are my chances of getting caught? Can I get away with this? But like all human beings, they make mistakes. And I refer to these as sloppy mistakes. They just got sloppy. They make errors in judgment. A lot of their behavior is easy for most people to understand because it's kind of thought-driven behavior. We can talk about what were they thinking. They think about this process that they're involved in. And their crimes tend to be more spontaneous, or sometimes they put a certain amount of planning into it. And we'll see how that compares with the other side here in a moment. And the last thing is that a lot of the patterns that we look at in criminal justice and law enforcement constitute patterns that are called MO, modus operandi. So yeah, we did read this last night. I'll explain more about this in a moment, but these are patterns that they engage in to help them get away with their crime, conceal their identity, prevent them from getting caught. On the other side of this continuum, they're more likely to be involved in behavior, and I'm not using this in any clinical sense of the word, behavior that is more compulsive. It is more driven, a persistent type behavior. What they think about this, instead of considering risk, they're considering their needs. And primarily, what we're talking about here is sexual needs. So they think more about their sexual needs, which is why they make mistakes which on the surface appear to be almost stupid. You almost say, how could anybody be this dumb? When in fact, as I've already told you, most of these people are above average intelligence. So why would anybody do something so stupid if they're not stupid? And it's because these are needy mistakes. They're driven by their needs, and these needs grow out of their fantasies. This is not really predominantly thought-driven behavior. It's a fantasy-driven behavior. But again, I want to explain that these are not mutually exclusive. It doesn't mean that these people never think. This thought over here just means that here is more fantasy. Here is more thought, but both can be involved. Okay. I've been reading for about an hour. Short break, family, short break. I ain't going nowhere, but we gonna take a pause on the document for a minute. Yeah, Maximum in there in the chat clowning. Me and you, us never part, my key, da. Me and you, us have one heart. What's wrong with you, Crystal? Ain't no ocean, ain't no sea, my key, da. Yo, no, your mind feel like the Sahara Desert. Be running around here trying to read all this stuff. Oh, I'm kidding. Excuse me. Any questions, comments, concerns so far? Anybody confused? Need some help? I mean, I think it's all pretty straightforward, but I could be wrong. So just let me know. You know, we're in no great rush to read through all of this because your brain can only take so much nastiness at one time. Okay? Okay. As Crystal is glued to my side like super glue. Did I lie? Did I lie though? I mean, you have to ask, Maximum. You have to ask. Mm-hmm. I mean, like, it ain't like we gonna have some nope. Okay. Give me a cut. This break is more for me than for y'all. I'm just saying, if you got any questions while I'm sitting here, just let me know. I mean, you know, when people put up videos where they talking for 4 hours, that shit is edited in a motherfucker. I mean, don't be shy. Better to ask a question now than wait until later and somebody think you trolling. I mean, I'm just saying. New York is one filthy, nasty piece of shit. Right, Chilling. Right. Crystal, go sit down somewhere. Hold on for a second, because this box gonna drive her crazy. Now that part you'd have to talk about off the internet, Maximum. Fridge, and then you need to feed her, and then take her out. Get off my charger, Crystal. You gonna pull something out the dresser. Oh my gosh. So how's everybody doing this gloomy, muggy, very shit? I don't even know if this is just water hanging in the air. It's foggy and shit. My bronchitis is fucking up. But how's everybody? It's a rainy night in Georgia. Such a rainy night in Georgia. I wish York would have bought property in a flood zone. I wish York would have bought property in Tornado Alley. And I'm talking about his house, his actual residence, not everybody else's, because his was off to the side. And you know, tornadoes skip and jump shit. I wish it would have skipped all the trailers dead over to his house and just took him out the game. Yes, God. You can't be wishing ill on people. I can't change the past neither. So I need to show it. It's in that pizza box. Oh. Right, Cupcake. So why would anybody do something so stupid? That's what I get for trying to be petty. So why would anybody do something so stupid if they're not stupid? Dad! I done got y'all started. And it's because these are needy mistakes. They're driven by their needs, and these needs grow out of their fantasies. This is not really predominantly thought-driven behavior. It's fantasy-driven behavior. Basically, they fantasize so much until they have to until the fantasy no longer satisfies them, and they have to materialize it into the real world. But again, I want to explain that these are not mutually exclusive. It doesn't mean that these people never think. This thought over here just means that here is more fantasy. Hey, Alan, here is more thought, but both can be involved. And their patterns are part of what we call a script. A script is far more detailed than a plan. A script has everybody's name and description and when they arrive and what they say and in what sequence. And that script also usually grows out of their sexual fantasies, where they have a detailed script of what they're trying to turn of what they're trying to turn this script into reality. And their patterns of behavior are part of what I call ritual. They're patterns of behavior, but they're not things that work. They're driven by needs that they have, and the reason they repeat these patterns is because of needs. With regard to the scripts that you mentioned, can that script change over time? Yes, obviously, the script, just like your fantasies, can vary. You can start new fantasies or variations. It's not like you do one thing and never change it. People like diversity in their life, but they may look at pornography and have further fantasies and then begin to adjust those scripts. Just to talk briefly about the MO, as I said, MO is a pattern of behavior engaged in by a sex offender because it works. It works to ensure their success. It may work to protect their identity and facilitate their escape. And this is something that is dynamic. Whether you're a sex offender or a regular criminal, unless you're a complete idiot, you're going to improve and vary your MO over time. Ritual is a pattern of behavior engaged in because of a need. And that need can be sexual, psychosexual, having to do with your sexual needs in order to be aroused and gratified. It can have psychological aspects to it. It can have spiritual aspects to it. And it can have cultural aspects to it. But there are certain needs that you have to do it that way. You may not. These needs may be counterproductive. Maximum. And one of the things we find why this is important is that quite often these needs not only don't help you get away with your crime, but they enable you to be caught and the case proven against you because you've done something that almost seems stupid. And the other important thing about ritual is it's much harder for the offender to change because it's based on a need that they have. With regard to the ritual, there you have spiritual and cultural. What do you mean by that? It just means that human beings to varying degrees have both cultural and spiritual needs. So, for example, some common everyday examples having nothing to do with sex crimes of cultural needs may be having turkey on Thanksgiving, opening your presents at a certain time around Christmas time, celebrating holidays, having family get togethers in certain ways. Spiritual needs may be related to how you go to church, how you worship, and so on. The kinds of things that you do in church, and these kinds of things. Psychological needs may be needs for order and predictability. Some people like things very neat, some people don't. Those would all be examples of need driven behavior. The MO and the ritual, is it possible to have examples of both? Absolutely. Again, because it's a continuum, they're not mutually exclusive. What we find with preferential offenders, their patterns are more ritual and less MO. But certainly they don't want to go to jail and they're going to use some MO, and some of their procedures or patterns may be related to an MO. Something they're doing to facilitate getting away with the crime. Let's talk more about the preferential sex offender. Are there particular patterns of behavior that you found associated with preferential sex offenders? Yes, obviously, it would do no good to have this kind of classification system if there wasn't some way to decide where somebody fits. So, what I developed are certain indicators to assist individuals who are using this typology in deciding where the offender may fit along this continuum. And how many indicators are there? There are 4 major indicators. And with preferential sex offenders, and we'll see that these 4 indicators don't seem to mean anything by themselves. They seem to be somewhat abstract, but I'll give you specific examples of each. But the 4 major indicators of the preferential sex offender is part of a long-term and persistent pattern of behavior. That's something that they do isolated or a couple of times. They have specific sexual interests, as we talked about, very often related to their paraphilic interests. Because they do this over an extended period of time, they get very proficient at it, and they have well-developed techniques. Would that be like the script that you mentioned earlier? That could be part of it. Obviously, this reenactment of the script, trying to turn the script into reality, the ability to do that could be facilitated by having these well-developed techniques. And the last thing is, as I said, that the preferential sex offenders tend to be driven by fantasies and needs. So a lot of their behavior is fantasy driven or need driven behavior. With respect to that long-term persistent pattern of behavior, would they spend a great deal of time then in this activity? Yes. And now they look at some real practical kinds of things, behaviors, and that's what I focus on, behavior. So what kind of behaviors would tell you that somebody was part of a long-term and persistent pattern? The earlier it begins in their life would be one indicator. Hold on. Let me call DJ. I call him and you come jumping up here with me. This ain't how this work, Einstein. I don't have any food. Back up. Like I'm getting frisked in my own house. Okay, we gonna wait till they vacate the premises. More. Yeah, hungry boys. I think more like the testimony answers the biggest. Right, Jay. Right. But no, there are much more vicious animals out there than boars. Crystal just ate, chilling. That's why I called DJ in here. Leave my light on. Didn't nobody tell you to cut it off? I know it's weird for my light to be on, but and she just got finished eating and need to go outside. And she over here trying to frisk me like she the po-po. And this is a sting operation. We just taking a brief intermission because, yeah, I let my child hear a lot of shit, but not this. No, Maximum. They should be made to go try to steal bear cubs out of dens during hibernation season. It's a wrap. It's a whole wrap. Tell them to go in there and try to steal that panda baby. If he get it, he'll get the charges dropped. How many people that made it? You asking too many questions. You want the chance or not? Dang, jaded. Nah, we taking a quick pause. DJ took Crystal out. They gonna smell of anymore. No. Send them to one of them elephants over there in India. It's only 8 o'clock. Boy, don't tell them stories. You finna go in there and be on that game and you don't want me to bother you. You a lie and the truth ain't in you. Because if you go to bed when you say to go to bed, when I call you in the morning, you be up bright and chipper as a chipmunk. Get out my room. You just don't want me to bother you because you were on that PlayStation talking to your little friends. I don't care. I got friends too. True, Alan, true. But I still say snatching a bear cub during hibernation season will result in more hurtage than smearing yourself with honey and going and fucking with a bear. That's just me. The motherly instinct in the motherfucker is real strong. And now they look at some real practical kinds of things, behaviors, and that's what I focus on, behavior. So, what kind of behaviors would tell you that somebody was part of a long time and persistent pattern? The earlier it begins in their life would be one indicator. So, if we have an offender who started offending in adolescence, that would begin to tell you that the pattern has begun to develop in adolescence and is part of a long term pattern. The other thing that tells you it's long term and persistent is the willingness to commit time, money, and energy. These kind of preferential offenders will commit unbelievable amounts of their time and energy and money to achieving their goals. Right, Maximum. Oh, lay round this motherfucker. And let me resituate myself because now my leg burning. Oh. Oh. There go all my chapstick. I found it. But get off. I'm sorry, y'all. My leg trying to go numb. I'm trying to resituate myself so I don't end up in here hollering like something wrong with me. Okay. The other thing that tells you it's long-term and persistent is the willingness to commit time, money, and energy. These kind of preferential offenders will commit unbelievable amounts of their time and energy and money to achieving their goals. Is it possible to build their life around this? Hey, look, this definition doesn't only pertain to York. I'm thinking about a couple of people as this flashes through my mind. Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, Harvey Weinstein, Andrew Tate, allegedly. Is it possible to build their life around this? Yes. That's an important part of this, is to, in essence, make this a crucial part of their lives, of their life. For example, those with a preference for children are going to find some methods of access to children, so they may become teachers or volunteer workers. This is not to say, and I'm not implying for a moment, that most people who work with children are child molesters. It's just that some of these individuals, that's the way they're going to do it. They're going to build their life around what their preferences are. Predators get into positions of power. Maximal. They also commit multiple offenses. This is not an isolated pattern. And then they will frequently make these rituals or need driven mistakes. So when you look at an offender and say, well, God, how could anybody be this stupid? He did this right in front of other people. There were other people involved. Usually a pretty good indicator that you're dealing with a preferential type of offender. With regard to the multiple offenses, how many, is there a range of victims? Yes. Depending on who you're victimizing and your access, some of these individuals can have dozens, hundreds, thousands of victims. Don't forget the USA Olympic gymnastic coach, NASA, whatever his name was. And then it also depends, they may victimize each child numerous times. So one child may be victimized hundreds of times, and they may have hundreds of victims. It just kind of depends. It also depends on how you define victimization. They may not engage in the exact same sex acts with every child. The second pattern of behavior I believe you talked about was specific sexual interest. Right. And here we see things such as they might have the multiple paraphilic preferences. So they may show this multiple interests. They focus on defining sexual interest in victim characteristics. You'll see certain patterns to the individuals that they're victimizing. They may be children, they may be boys, they may be girls. There can be varying patterns here, but their interests may have to do with physical descriptions of them, of the characteristics they may have. And as I said earlier, they center their lives around their preferences. This becomes a very important thing in their life, and much of what they do centers around trying to turn their fantasies into reality. Another characteristic of preferential offenders, although situational offenders do it to some degree, but preferential offenders to a greater degree spend a great deal of time attempting to rationalize the sexual activity, that it's not really bad or wrong, and that people don't understand it. It may be politically incorrect. It's not bad or evil. People don't understand. So they spend a lot of time convincing primarily themselves that they are not perverts, but they're really good people who care about children. Can you tell us then about the third pattern of behavior? Well developed technique. Yes, this comes from the fact these well developed techniques, you're not born with these things, in my opinion. These are things that they develop by being a part of this long-term pattern. The more you do something, the better you get at it. So they evaluate their experience as they go through the years. They learn to manipulate individuals, often very skillfully. They're very good at manipulating. For example, they may be good at manipulating children. They may be good at manipulating their parents to allow them to have access to children if they prefer children. And as I said earlier, they will almost always have a method of access to children or more than one. It may be living with a woman, marrying a woman. It may be just being the nice guy in the neighborhood that kids come to, or it may be a hobby or a vocation that they have, being a coach or a teacher, something like that. Why would there be more than one victim at a time? Because these individuals, hey Will T, I know I had saw you had shared something on IG, so I went on ahead and hit you up. These individuals, because of their needs, if you understand their seduction process, it takes time. So these individuals are almost always involved with multiple victims. They're grooming them at different periods of time. They have, in essence, a kind of a pipeline, and this pipeline has 4 major stages to it, and that is recruit, seduce, molest, and then to get rid of them. So at any given moment, they have children who are coming into the pipeline, children who are in the pipeline being seduced and molested, and children that are now gone too old and have outgrown their preferences, and they're pushing them out the other end of the pipeline. So they have multiple victims that they'll be involved in. And so they may not be having group sex, although some of them do that, but they'll be simultaneously involved with several victims that will be in various stages of this pipeline. And how would they, you said recruit, seduce, molest, and then get rid of? What are the various methods to recruit other victims? Well, again, it just depends on who you are and what techniques you're using and what kind of skills you have. Some individuals who know a lot about computers do it online on computers. Some who are into athletics and sports may do it by getting involved in coaching and so on. So the recruiting is to go out there and do this gathering of information, trying to identify vulnerable victims that fit your preferences, and then you begin to recruit them. So you figure that this child seems to be more vulnerable. This is a child that I might be interested in having sex with. This child seems to have certain vulnerabilities that my techniques will work with. So that's the recruiting process. Then once you bring them in, then you start the seduction process. Do they ever use other victims to recruit new victims? Absolutely. It's very common as a technique to recruit. You have these children, so for example, the child that you have now is getting at the end of the pipeline. That child may then, you could utilize that child to help recruit new children into the other end of the pipeline. And some of these children grow up and are no longer children and then kind of hang on as adults and be kind of assist the offender in getting new victims. Yeah, Nequa. Also, yep. And what was the 4th behavior pattern that you mentioned? The last one on here is, I'm sorry, that very often these individuals are quick to use new technology such as video recorders, video cameras, computers, and so on. So as these inventions come along, they frequently will utilize them for their purposes. I mean, we could always take them to SeaWorld and throw them in there with that whale that's been killing all the trainers. Let that whale sling them around like a helicopter for a little while. Ain't got to go all the way to the Mariana Trench. That's too far. Wasting gas on a pervert. Look, dead is dead. It's the process of getting there that's the problem. You can die slow and hard, or you can die fast and easy. It can be painful or it can be painless. So you need to be focusing on the pain factor. Now, because of the Geneva Convention, it's some shit that we just can't do no more. It's the suspense. Hell, you can make suspense by waterboarding them. Okay, another short break because we getting into the real deal Holyfield right now. This stuff ain't easy to digest. It's just I read serial killer documents and books in my spare times. Books by behavioral scientists from the FBI, as a matter of fact. You know, shit. I read about Ted Bundy, so yeah, it's sick. Don't get me wrong, it's sick, but it's not the sickest shit that I've ever had to read. It makes it particularly egregious because it's a child, but at least it doesn't go into detail. I mean, we could go back to the old ways and start sacrificing their asses to active volcanoes. It's an experiment. We just gonna see if it's gonna calm the volcanoes down and reduce global warming. The fourth one is this fantasy-driven aspect of the preferential offender. And these are individuals who are more likely to collect theme pornography. They also very often collect various kinds of paraphernalia, related objects. They're not things that are necessarily against the law that are pornography. It can be sexual aids, it can be souvenirs, toys, mementos, videotapes, various things that they can use either as part of their process with the children or as part of their process to rationalize and justify their behavior. They will sometimes even record or make records of their fantasies and what they did. This can be in a word processor or it can be in written documents. And again, what you notice, as I said earlier, is a life which is spent attempting to turn their fantasy into reality. What about photographs of the children? Do the preferential sex offenders ever maintain those? Yes. And the photographs, if they are sexually explicit photographs, those photographs can be for sexual arousal. But the photos can also be part of this souvenir or memento of their relationship with the child. I mean, we could always just go stick them in one of those geysers out in Yellowstone Park. I mean, I keep stopping and starting because I read this stuff, but it's different when you have to read it aloud because then your brain is like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Who the fuck does that? Okay. Where my nerds at? It's some sick individuals out here in the world. That's just point blank period. York is in the upper echelon of nasty. It's supposed to be 3 bags. Where the other one? Well, it's 3. You better go find the other one. Because if I find the paper for the package in your room, we gonna fight. We gonna fight like it's Tyson versus Holyfield. I'm gonna be Tyson in this scenario, and I'm gonna bite your ear off. Understand? Quit stealing my stuff. Sit up here like I'm crazy, gonna bring everything in the room you don't want, but then my candy go mysteriously missing. I ain't crazy. And then why children do stuff and don't even think about hiding the evidence? And yeah, Jada, it's a compulsion. If you can't stop doing it, even though you know it's detrimental to your freedom, yeah, that's compulsive. I mean, look at serial killers keep trophies, right? Sometime if the offender is more kind of distant from the children, you maybe can use the term trophy, but with a lot of these offenses against children, they're really more termed souvenirs. Maximum. Sometimes, if the offender is more kind of distant from the children, you maybe can use the term. Oh, I already read that part. So they may have pictures of these kids fully dressed, memories of their time with the children, the special relationship, what they had with them, and so on. So the photographs can be part of the souvenirs. You mentioned pictures of kids fully dressed. Why would they have those? Again, though, well, in some cases, in a few cases, they could be aroused even by pictures of children fully clothed. But usually, the children that are fully dressed, the collection of those pictures are more for purposes of souvenirs and mementos of their relationships with these children. Okay, Mr. Lanning, we've been talking about the patterns of behavior with regard to offenders. But have you also studied victim pattern, behavior pattern? Yes, I believe it is just as important as you look at these cases and see the different behavior patterns of offenders, to also see the different behavior patterns of children as well. And the behavior patterns of children can also vary greatly depending on the dynamics of the case. Maximum. And with regard to those varying behavior patterns and the patterns with regard to victims, have you come up with a particular term for those victims? Yes. One of the terms that I've talked about a lot in my recent publications and training has been understanding the concept of what I called, for want of a better term, the compliant child victim. And I felt that it was very important for people in this field to understand what this was all about and to understand this dynamic of many children in these cases. What do you mean by compliant child victim? A compliant child victim, in my opinion, is just a term used to describe those children who cooperate in, which is the word that I would prefer to use. People could call it consent. That has all kind of legal issues as to whether it is or isn't legally valid. But these are children who kind of go along with their victimization. And what I came to realize is that many people don't really understand this. This is the fundamental difference between the sexual victimization of adults and children. For the most part, to sexually victimize an adult, the adult has to not cooperate, not consent, but has to be forced. But with children, because of what we understand about children, you can have a crime even though the child cooperated, because to varying degrees, the law does not recognize their cooperation. But yet, quite often, many people want to apply the same standard to children that we have for adults. With regard to your testimony, you testified a couple of times that you felt it was important in your study to help understand the patterns of behavior of victims. Why is that? Well, some of the reasons that particularly I got concerned about understanding of compliant victims is because one of the things I began to realize over the years that I studied this is that many of these compliant victims either do not disclose their victimization or, at the very least, delay their disclosure. And so now you have children who have been victimized that don't tell anybody about it or wait for years and years before they report. And in some cases, when confronted and asked about it, will vehemently deny it. And sometimes I've been involved in cases where they have denied it under oath in a trial, committed perjury, denying their victimization. So when you start to look at why would that be, if a child was sexually victimized, why is it they would not disclose? Why would they delay it? Why would, in some cases, they even deny it? So I began to study these dynamics of compliant victims. Also, when they did disclose, they tended to disclose incomplete information, inaccurate information, and distorted information. And once again, if the child is the victim, was molested by an adult, why wouldn't the child just tell you exactly what happened? Why doesn't the child give you an accurate account as best they can remember it? Why, in so many cases, did their story seem to be incomplete, inaccurate, and distorted? And the answer, again, was predominantly related to the reality of being a compliant victim and society's inability to deal with it. I also found that many of these victims, as a result of this compliance, suffered a lifetime of shame, guilt, and embarrassment, somehow believing that really somehow it was their fault. They're not real victims, that what happened to them is not what supposedly happens. And so they feel this shame. Also, very important to me is, as a result of these dynamics, many of these have been victims over a long period of time. You have a case where an offender will molest dozens, hundreds of kids for 5, 10, 20, or 30 years. And you say, how could someone have that many victims for that long and not get caught? Hey, Craig. And again, the most common answer that I found is recognizing the reality of compliant victims. Hey, Melanin Dread. And the last reason I was concerned about this issue of compliant victims is I began to realize that many of the prevention programs that we have to protect our children, not only were they ineffective, but they made all these problems I'm now talking about worse. Because the most common prevention program is to tell children to say no, yell, and tell. Say no, yell, and tell. That may or may not be effective when you're dealing with a stranger who comes out from behind a tree with a bag of candy. But when you're being molested by your father, your stepfather, by your priest, by your teacher, by a Boy Scout leader, somebody like that, then this business of simply saying no, yelling, and telling has no relevance whatsoever. So these kids, not only does it not prevent this from happening, but then these kids feel guilty because they didn't say no, they didn't tell, they didn't yell, they didn't tell, and then you have the shame, guilt, and embarrassment. Now, what sorts of factors then would go into the chain there? Guilt and embarrassment. Yeah, maximum, but it said that in the beginning you can't really compare the two because an adult, the only way that they can the only way that can happen to them is if they're forced. Oh, they still around, Melanin Dread. They just moving around. Mm-hmm. Well, some of the issues that we see here that society doesn't understand is with children. They can be victims even if they didn't say no. They don't have to say no. It can still be a crime, even if they didn't fight, even if they actively cooperated, even if they initiated the contact, even if they didn't tell somebody about it right away, even if they accepted gifts and money in return for the sexual activity, and even in some cases, maybe with all the children, even if they enjoyed the sexual activity. Melanin Dread, I don't blame you. And good. Now, they some little tricksy folk. So you have to keep an eye on them. This doesn't mean that they're not victims because these things happen. They're children. When an adult and a child have sex, unless the child forces the adult against their will, the child is always the victim and the adult is always the offender. Mr. Lanning, with regard to your experience, what have you found out about whether or not victims of sexual victimization of children did or did not disclose? Again, Depending on the nature of that victimization, what I have found is that quite often children do not immediately disclose. Now, again, some children are more likely to disclose than others at different times. A lot on how and who they were victimized by, and how they were victimized. And how does that play a role in it? Again, if you were victimized by a stranger, if you were walking to school and a man came out from behind a tree and grabbed you and forced you into sexual activity and then let you go, there would be a high probability that you would go home and immediately tell somebody about it. A bad man got me. He grabbed me and made me do this. So certain kinds of scenarios, particularly if you are forced into it or threatened into it by a stranger, you're more likely to tell. If you're being victimized, let's say by your father or your stepfather, now there's other issues. Well, are we going to tell? What's going to happen? Is my daddy going to go to jail? How are we going to survive? And so on. Or if you have been victimized by an acquaintance who has befriended you and seduced you, and for whom you've engaged in this for some period of time, and you feel the shame, guilt, and embarrassment, you're highly unlikely to tell somebody about it. Do you have a slide to explain the varying levels of compliance that you've been discussing? All right, let's take a pause. Pause for the cause for some of y'all. Does anybody have any questions? Y'all need anything broken down further? Ain't no shame in asking if you don't understand. I'll give y'all a minute. Even the folk in the bushes. How y'all doing back there? Any questions, comments, concerns, additions, subtractions? We've been at it for 2.5 hours, ladies and gentlemen. Let me refill my beverage container. Excuse me. Is there a place where a pedophile to go if he felt guilty of his act? Well, the recidivism rate for pedophiles is extremely high, higher than any other crime that we know of. The ones that feel remorse and regret usually don't do it in the first place, or they unalive themselves. Because, see, look, most of them will not go seek treatment, not even the ones that haven't done anything, that just feel a little tangled to do it. They don't have proper treatment facilities like that. Because you got to think about it, Maximum. Who the hell gonna fund pedophile research into pedophiles? The only reason the FBI was able to do this much is because of their work tracking down serial killers and perverts. And shit, a good majority of the time, serial killers are perverts. Just depends on what kind. Now, there are some people that have a physical attraction, but they have never acted on it. How does that work exactly? I don't know. They just say they've known it's always been there. It's been a compulsion, but they never, follow through on it. But there's chemical castration. There are also drugs that stifle. Well, shit, that is chemical castration. There's also physical castration. But, there's nowhere to turn yourself in and say, I'm having these thoughts and I think I need to be, separated from society. No, there's no place like that. Not over here, not over no country, no other country. I mean, look, you can't stop a prevert from being a prevert. That's been known for a good long time. So once it's an active prevert, ain't no dealing with it. And if it's an inactive prevert, don't nobody want to fool with them just because it's potential perverting this. Now down in Florida, it's a trailer park. Some preacher started up for pedos because it wasn't nowhere else for them to go. They've been zoned out the whole city and shit. What you mean, Melanin Dread? I mean, really, in these circumstances, you could replace the word compliant with brainwash or what's the under duress. They're under duress, so they have to commit these acts that the pervert is making them commit. Go back to the young females. If they turned York down, he would put them in the bad living spaces. They wouldn't get fed properly and shit until they complied with his orders. So now, does that make them a so-called compliant victim? For the definition of the phrase to the court, yes. But it's not like they complying because they want to. It's usually because they don't have a choice. I don't know if I want they blood seeping through nobody else's veins. Telling you, we can put them in the we can dump them in the La Brea tar pits, easy peasy. They all want to go to Cali anyway. Memorialize their asses. Yeah, Dread. That's why I always try to throw in a comparison because people, this white folks shit, now this all our shit. And then for people, I'm out. He's wrongly in prison, this, that, or the other. His ass under the jail, just like Warren Jeffs. Warren Jeffs is the leader of the FLDS Church, the fundamentalist Latter-day Saints, the redhead stepchild cousin of the the Latter-day Saints. His ass under the jail too, damn near for the same thing. He was passing messages to the outside, telling them what to do, and they was threatening witnesses and shit. Sound familiar? Okay. In looking at this compliance, I think to evaluate it in cases to see what exists. The first issue is that, again, in many of these cases, particularly with an acquaintance molester, there's an ongoing relationship. So it's not like one act on one day. There may be multiple sexual acts. Actually. So it's not like one act on one day. There may be multiple sexual acts. So you may have partial compliance. But by that, I mean the child may comply with some of the activity and not others. So the child may go along or cooperate in some of it and then not cooperate in others and may be forced into those others. Now, the problem is, how do you report the acts that you were forced into without discussing the other ones that you complied? And that's very often why they don't tell. If the offender can get you to do one thing that you should have told somebody about, then in many of these cases, the offender is home free. Because once you've done something, and it could be looking at pornography, horsing around, fondling, something like that. But once you've done something you should have told in the mind of the child and you didn't, then when they get involved in more overt activity, how do you tell somebody about that without explaining why you didn't report the first time it happened? They telling people he innocent, Alan. They running around here telling people he innocent, trying to entrap the youth in that bullshit. Lying on the child victims, slandering them on the internet. So many of these offenders are very clever of getting the child involved in the activity. And once the child gets involved, then it's very difficult for the child to disclose. Also, in looking at compliance, we're talking about children who could be anywhere from birth, meaning a newborn, to 17 years of age. And obviously, there's going to be many variations there. So the compliance of a 14-year-old may be different than the compliance of a 6-year-old. And that would also have to be evaluated. Obviously, as I said earlier, how you seduce them would be different. How you evaluate the compliance of the child. And society is much more lenient in looking at the compliance of little kids than we are with older children. Sound familiar? Another dynamic that we see with compliance is that since these offenders are usually and frequently involved with multiple children in groups, is that sometimes there's group dynamics and group pressure. Oh, this right here isn't specifically about York. They questioning one of the experts at the trial. because he's a behavioral science unit member, and he came up with this continuum. Group dynamics and group pressure. A cult is a group. Give me a second and then we'll continue reading. I be fine. Then I start reading on here, the inside of my ear itch on the inside. It's like my nasal passages don't want to stay open. The compliance on the child is not only put on the child by the offender, but sometimes by other children in the group. So the children may be pressured to do this. We're doing it. What's wrong with you? Don't ruin a good time. So there may be compliance pressure from other children and peers as well as from the offender. And the other big problem in these cases is the role that the parents have in all of this. If parents have put you in access or given access to you by somebody trusted, any number of people, a coach, a minister, anybody like that, then how do you tell your parents that something's going on here? When your parents are telling you, you're supposed to do what this person tells you. This is an authority figure. You need to do what they say. And this is an authority figure whose rules you have to follow. So if that's the message they're getting from the parents, then again, it's hard to evaluate the compliance of a child when you have this pressure from their parents. Go back to them little children that was molested by the Catholic Church. They went to the police. They went to their parents. And guess what happened? They was usually shut down at every corner because the pastor would never do that. Oh, father would never do that. Yep, Melanie Dread, the Catholic Church was global. Go back and read. It's a movie on, I think it's Netflix. It's a dramatization. Not Netflix. Amazon. It's a dramatization, of course. But when that first article that hit out there in New York about the Catholic priest cover up, when they had that list of names, it's a movie about that on there. It was actually pretty good. But see, the same thing applies for all of these institutions. Just the names of the hierarchy change. And the costumes. Can't never forget the costumes change. Yeah, you can say that, Melanin Dread, but then you got big time rap artists shouting him out in their lyrics. Excuse me. Let me make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Brother, can you spare a dime? That song been stuck in my head for days, weeks even. Well, they done started now, Maximum. Every great journey begins with the first step. But interestingly enough, what we've seen in some of the cases I've studied and been involved in, sometimes after the child is abducted by a stranger, there can then be issues of that child cooperating after the abduction. And what does all that mean to the case? and why didn't they try to escape, and those kind of issues. You can have compliance in an intrafamilial case, which in my opinion, are very often the hardest cases to evaluate. Because with an intrafamilial case where the offender is a family member, control is usually through the private access and family authority that the offender has. The father, stepfather, whatever it is, this parental figure can have a lot of control in the child's life. The child is raised in this family. The child has no way of knowing what else is going on, particularly when they're younger. So it's hard for the child to know that I wasn't supposed to do this. This is my daddy. I'm supposed to do what he says. This becomes what they accept as a way of life, and they may not understand what this is about until they get older. But it's not just centralized in religion, Alan. Never has been, never will be, because pedophiles seek positions of power. Can't get the children without trust. And who do you trust more than somebody in a position of power? Or who do you act like you trust? This becomes what they accept as a way of life, and they may not understand what this is about until they get older. As I said, it's harder to define this concept of compliance when you're talking about a child who's dependent upon parents for their very survival. We see it most often in cases involving what I call acquaintance molesters, who can sometimes be violent, but those that don't last very long. They get reported pretty quickly. How do you define acquaintance? Yes. All of these terms, stranger, family member, acquaintance, can also be viewed on a continuum because there's all degrees of all of this. What I mean by an acquaintance is somebody that you know their name, you usually know varying information. You may know a great deal about them, so they're not a stranger, but they're not a family member. They're not your mother, father, brother, or something like that. So that would be an acquaintance, would be somebody you know. It could be your next door neighbor. It could be your teacher, minister, somebody like that. And as I said earlier, these offenders primarily control their victims through this seductional grooming process that we talked about earlier. And from their point of view, when you seduce a child, three good things happen from the offender's point of view. Number one, the victim cooperates in the victimization. Number two, it decreases the likelihood that the victim is going to tell anybody, so they don't disclose. And number three, particularly if you put a lot of time into this seduction, Scientology was started up by Ron L. Hubbard, a science fiction writer. He started it up because he made a bet that he could make a religion and people would actually follow it. But he was a pulp sci-fi fiction writer back in the day. But no, it's just a jacked up cult that's been going on for years. A big ass cult at that. Number two, it decreases the likelihood that the victim is going to tell anybody, so they don't disclose. And number three, particularly if you put a lot of time into this seduction, it took you a lot of time to do it. The child comes back and you get to do it again and again. So you have ongoing access to the child, and you victimize the child over and over and over again. sometimes for an extended period of time. You probably done fell in with some conspiracy theorist, Alan, that says it's all a part of the Illuminati, whatever. But in all actuality, Ron L. Hubbard is just the contemporary of Aleister Crowley, and all them folk used to hang out. It was like they was nerds before there were nerds, but like nerds who like to conjure shit. And this is what many people don't understand, is why the child kept returning to this victimization, why they wouldn't tell anybody. Well, yeah, it was a bet between him and somebody other. Well, is it only the acquaintance offender that uses this seduction process? No. Any offender can use it. We just see it more likely with the acquaintance. We can have it in an intrafamilial case. I've seen cases where fathers have used this grooming or seduction process, or stepfathers. Yeah, basically maximum. And strangers usually use it to a lesser degree. They may start out by asking the child if they want some, hey, little boy, you want some candy? Or being nice, but they usually get into aggressiveness a little bit quicker. But any offender can use it. What role, if any, does how the child views the victim play in it? Well, not the child, I'm sorry, views the offender. Yeah, obviously, in these cases, what I was interested in as intervening these cases and trying to find out what did or didn't happen in these cases to understand these dynamics, particularly when you're interviewing these kinds of children, to understand that they may have a lot of positive feelings towards the offender, may not want to disclose the victimization, and so on and so forth. You better not tell nobody but God, it'll kill your mama. So these are all things that have to be understood by those that are intervening in these cases, and to understand why many of these kids don't disclose. Are there other reasons why these children would not disclose? Oh yeah, there's many reasons. Some of the more common ones I've seen, particularly when the offender is a male, which he usually is now if he's victimizing boys, we have the stigma of homosexuality. So, for a lot of cases, if I'm a boy who is victimized by this man, now how do I explain why it went on multiple times for an extended period of time? What does that mean? Am I going to be made fun of and laughed at and so on? So a lot of these kids don't report it because of the stigma of being labeled homosexual. Also, and probably maybe the most important thing, is that many of these kids don't disclose this because they correctly understand that society doesn't understand what this victimization is all about. Either the stenographer was tipsy the day she took these notes, or there was a problem transcribing them over. One of the two. This is not what most people in society think the sexual victimization of children is supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about dirty old men grabbing kids and threatening them and forcing them against their will to have sex. The fact that these children behaved like humans and had needs and wants and may have gone along with this and enjoyed the attention and affection that they got, society doesn't understand that. So these kids don't disclose. They also, as I said earlier, don't tell because they didn't tell when they should have. Society says you should have told sometime sooner. And when they didn't, how do I disclose now? Also, they like the offender. This is somebody who, in many cases, have treated them better than any adult they've ever met, including their mother and father. So, some of these offenders will shower these kids with attention, affection, kindness, gifts, listen to them, and so on. So the offender is a friend. He's a provider and somebody that you don't necessarily want to get in trouble or have them go to jail. Pause. Okay. So you will see this type of offender join charities and outreach programs for the underprivileged. They litter places like that. Yeah, sick, Max. Now, don't get me wrong. In some cases, be threatened. There can be fear. There can be black. Sometimes the offenders will use photographs as blackmail. They have pictures, other information that we have. And if you tell anybody about it, that information will be disclosed and you'll be embarrassed and so on. So there can be fears and threats. And for some of these children, they don't tell for a very simple reason. They don't believe that they're the victims. At this age or this stage of their life, they don't really understand. And some of these children don't disclose until sometime later in their life when they come to the realization that they were used and they really were victims. That disclosure, then, what would ultimately cause victims to disclose? What factors play into that? Some of the more common reasons that we've seen victims disclose, and the first one seems almost bizarre, is they disclose because the abuse ended. When they were in the relationship with this individual, they were willing to trade sex for attention, affection, kindness, other kinds of things they were getting. Then suddenly the relationship ends and they realize that they were just used, that this person didn't care about them. And so when the relationship ends, the relationship that they were victims and they were used by this individual, that sometimes motivates them to disclose. Another common reason that some of these victims disclose is when they come to the realization that the offender is now beginning to seduce a friend or a younger sibling. Now that last paragraph I read sure enough sound a whole lot like Poppy, maybe. They've been through this pipeline. Now they realize the offender is about to do the same thing to their younger sister, their younger brother, or a close friend. And they see that child about to be victimized in the same way, and that motivates them to disclose. Sometimes it's disclosed when they're in therapy for varying problems, and they may disclose to a therapist. And sometimes they disclose as a result of law enforcement discovery or suspicion. Now, when Epstein first got outed and stuff, and they found his little black book, and they was calling these minor females down to the Miami-Dade Police Department These girls was denying this shit till they knew they had proof. And then look, Epstein would groom one girl and then send her out to get other girls, right? If a girl turned Epstein down, he would call her at the phone number that she never gave him. Sounds like coercion to me. And sometimes they disclose as a result of law enforcement discovery or suspicion. An investigation is going on and someone's identified. They suspect that this may be going on, and the child is interviewed, and the child may disclose when directly asked. Miss Thacker, Your Honor, may I have a moment? The court, yes. Miss Thacker, no further questions. The court. All right, cross examination. Mr. Aurora, Judge, may I take a 5-minute restroom break? My lunch is catching up with me. The court, y'all need a break. You want to just stand up or you want to go out? Why don't y'all stand up? Then we have dun 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 the cross examination. It's only 9:15. I've seen a peanut stand. I saw a rubber band. I seen a needle that winked its eye. But I be done seen about everything when I see an elephant fly. Y'all hold on for a minute. I have to check my game. It's 9 o'clock. It's like somebody gets exposed, the same questions come out every flipping time. Why didn't they say something sooner? How they ended up at that house in the first place? But all them questions don't come out when your little cousin Stevie got caught up. The hell? That is not my child's name. What is going on? Oh, the farmer's market's back open. Y'all still there? Just making sure. What is it? Y'all tired or y'all want to keep going? It's up to y'all now. It's like, we keep cutting it off. We ain't never gonna get there. But, you know, it's like you can only take so much grody for one night. Keep going. I ain't saying it like we finna end the live stream or nothing. I'm just saying, you know. You know, when y'all get quiet, I think y'all like interested sometimes, even though in the back of my mind, like they probably just listening. Okay. So, Mr. Aurora, question. Good afternoon, Mr. Lanning. Good afternoon. You and I, we haven't spoken before, correct? No, just very briefly. No. Just so I understand, you left the FBI back in 2000 and you're working as a consultant right now. Yes. All right. And so your job is basically traveling the country and testifying in cases such as this with your theories? No, I don't testify that often since I retired. I testified maybe 3 or 4 times since I retired. Most of my time is spent in consulting in other ways. Okay, is it typically on the prosecution side that you consult or work with these folks? You know, since I've retired, I've been involved in more civil cases than criminal cases. I have been contacted by some defense attorneys and by some prosecutors, but more often prosecutors than defense attorneys. The reason I ask you that, I was looking over your CV while you were speaking, and I've sort of looked at the cases you listed in your CV where you've testified, and it strikes me out of the 40 or so in your 30-year career, plus the last 3 years that you've worked in, I'm counting approximately 15 times that you've testified since where you've been working on cases since you retired. Is that about right? And some of those times I've testified in depositions. Okay, so some of those have been depositions in civil cases. Yeah, probably 15 may be correct about how many times I've testified, but I think of those 15 times, probably about 10 of them were civil depositions, not court testimony. And the only reason I ask you, since you became a consultant, it appears you're involved in more cases or more testimony proportionally because you've got 15 out of your 40 just in the last couple of years. Well, when I was in the FBI, it was something that the FBI had to agree to allow me to do. And they did allow me to do it on certain occasions. Now that I'm retired, it's just simply a decision that I have to make whether I do or don't want to be involved in the case. But the main reason that there's more is the depositions. I got you. See, they might need expert testimony or whatever, but in those cases that the defense is trying to bring up, he wasn't there for all that. It was a civil matter. He's trying to make it seem like the guy is just riding hard for the prosecution and just no. No. But that's a defense trick when they really don't have a leg to stand on. I mean, you make your livelihood in regards to those. I don't want to say profiling, but the typology type thing you've discussed here today on these types of cases, well, depends on what you mean by make my livelihood. I live predominantly off my pension from the FBI. This is just something I do as a side thing to consume my time. Do something rewarding and fulfilling. I don't do it for the money. Okay, although I do get paid. Okay, since the year 2000, when you retired, you used to have access to all these files that you said you reviewed over your career in the last 20 or 30 years. You don't have the same access to those files in the last 3 years, do you? Yes and no. I have a contract with the FBI, and I do work and I have office space at the FBI. So I can have access to a lot of those files if I needed them and the agents that I work with. But I also have a lot of new cases that I've been involved in that I've been referred to. So I have my cases. The cases that I know about come from my work as well as from the research. The research I asked that the reason I asked that question is, I mean, you've obviously evolved your top typology over the last 30 some odd years. And you've been able to go in as a behavioral analyst or whatever the term is and look up things and information like that. Do you still have the same access to be able to say, I've studied 50 cases because I have an interest in them or stuff like that? Do you have that access? Nobody has that kind of fucking access, nitwit. You're only allowed to access what you're supposed to access. Anything else is off limits. Now, they will let you look at the cases because it's integral to your job. I don't have the same exact access, obviously. I'm not an FBI employee anymore. I have less access than I had before, but I do have cases that do come to me through my consulting work, and I have access to those, and I have access to cases in other ways. With regard to the typology you've developed, it's clearly changed over time. I mean, he said that like 3-4 pages ago. I mean, you've added factors, taken out factors, things like that, correct? No, see, Nick, with the thing about a defense attorney, they don't believe this shit. But all they have to do is get the jury to doubt the prosecution. That's it. They can win the case off that alone. It has been refined over time. The main thing that has been changed is converting it from the either or concept to a continuum concept, I would say is the major change. But the essence of it, if you read the 1998, 1986 version of it, it would be very similar to what I've just testified to, other than the concept of continuum. The reason I sort of got concerned, and I appreciate the continuum analysis, is human behavior is different, as you said before. Yes. And you can't stereotype anybody in a certain way. You've tried your best, I guess, to come up with a typology, but that typology, you're going to have factors down the road if you continue working in this field that are going to change. You might add something, you may amend something. That's fair, right? Why would he even ask that question? And he already told him it's been amended since it was first made like 2 decades prior to this testimony. See, this is why I can't with people. You just making shit unnecessarily complicated. It's hard to pigeonhole anybody into a certain. If that was the case, you wouldn't have mental illness criteria. See, a good defense lawyer will suspend reality to make you doubt the truth enough that you'll be swayed. Yes, it's a dynamic thing that has to be looked at in its totality. Yes. And while I appreciate all the situational and preferential things you've described, I mean, offenders could have some preferential characteristics, some situational characteristics. It's all over the place, right? One part of making this continuum, I am sure, was either serve it, because look, there was a massive push for them to go around and they were questioning all of these serial killers, pedophiles, mass murderers, and everything. And they were compiling this shit. The mental health community works with the Federal Bureau of Investigation Behavioral Sciences Unit. Look, some of this stuff, they keep talking about this, that, and the other. Some of this stuff could be looked at kind of like obsessive compulsive disorder. You know, you cut that light switch off, but you got to click that motherfucker 10 times before you can go out the door, right? It's like something's wired wrong in your brain. It's basically the same thing, but the defense attorney just trying to muddy the waters. It just makes me angry, even just reading shit like that. Because you know exactly what this filthy, nasty bastard did, and yet you're still defending him. And the way you choose to defend him is to cast doubt over a retired FBI agent that made this his life's work to try to make some kind of sense of this. You evil. Hey, I got an idea. Let the AI be the defense for shit like this. And shit, fuck that. Y'all let the AI run shit, they gonna kill us. And he asking the same questions this man just already answered. And while I appreciate all the situational and preferential things you describe, I mean, offenders could have some preferential characteristics and some situational characteristics. Didn't Mr. Lennon already say this about 2 pages ago? No, Maximum, just in the prison system. They were sending this questionnaire to all of them. I wouldn't say it's all over the place, but that's what a continuum means, is they can have traits and characteristics at both ends or anywhere along the line. It would be part of the assessment and evaluation to see which they appear to be more one than the other, but they could be traits and characteristics of both. If I could use an analogy of politics, since the primaries are coming up, my dad being a conservative Republican, he could be a moderate Republican on the continuum. He could be left wing. He could be anywhere. There's no way to pigeonhole it. That's sort of the same kind of continuum you have with your preferential on one side and situational on the other side, or something in the middle. I'm not so sure that that would be the best analogy, because there we're talking about more of a political philosophy. Here, this is a motivation continuum. This continuum is based on the motivation of the perpetrator. And we attempt to determine that motivation by looking at behavior. So it's not a matter of just simply labeling someone as a conservative or a liberal. It's a matter of looking at their behavior and deciding what motivation does that tend to indicate. Yeah, Alan? One thing I forgot to ask with regards to these slides, I mean, these are something you prepared over time and have given to the prosecution to go over your testimony, that type thing. This isn't something they make up and say, describe this, right? No, these are slides that I've used over the years in my training, and I just simply provided a sampling of them in the areas that they specifically wanted me to talk about. Yeah, these are my slides. The reason I asked this is because you just quickly flip through the slides. You talked about situational and preferential folks, like on slides 3 and 4. You sort of described both sides, but then once we got into slides 6 through 14 or 15, we only really discussed these preferential sex offenders. We sort of dropped the whole aspect of the situational sex offender. Is that because the prosecution just wanted you to focus in on one side versus the other side? They asked me to explain specifically what would be the characteristics of a preferential sex offender. There are similar slides about situational offenders, but obviously, as I tried to explain, the patterns with situational offenders are not as obvious and predictable because they are situational. So it's easier to describe the dynamics of a preferential offender than it is a situational offender because they're far more predictable. Now, see, the thing that this defense attorney seems to have thrown out the window in order to ask these questions is the simple fact that the criteria is based off you making an observation of the person's movements. Basically, Maximum, he trying to make it look like junk science. I understand all of that, and I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm just saying the prosecution told you, focus and flip it through the slides for me. Just stick with the preferential, educate the jury on preferential. We really didn't discuss additional, did we? Well, they never asked me to strictly talk about preferential. They asked me to explain the typology and then to list the traits and characteristics that might tell you that someone was preferential. Okay, with regards to your work, just so I'm clear, you don't have an undergraduate degree in psychology. Once again, this man already said this. He said he changed the terminology around because he was not a psychologist. Do y'all remember that? I remember that. He changed the terminology around because he did not want people to think that he was talking about strictly mental health issues because he was not trained in that. This man trying to turn this continuum and these slides into everything but what they ain't. The defense, I mean. I'm getting mad reading this shit damn near 2 decades later. No. Psychiatry, no. Bear with me. I want to get this stuff out because, I mean, we don't know each other, and these folks certainly don't know you. You don't have a degree in social work. No. Any type of counseling. No. Or a specific mental health type of field. There's no undergraduate work there. No, well, other than I took classes in my undergraduate work on abnormal psychology and things like that when I was in college back in 67. Right. Okay. With regards to graduate work over your career, have you gotten a postgraduate degree in psychology? Not in psychology, no. Psychiatry? No. Social work? No. Counseling? No. Or any type of specific mental health. I don't know what other categories might be out there. Other than the graduate work that I was in at Sam Houston State University in criminal justice was heavily weighted on behavioral science. Most of the instructors were PhD psychologist types, and so most of the classes had a behavioral orientation to them, but it was a criminal justice program. Oh, the defense, Maximum? That answered my next question, why you didn't become a lawyer. You were dealing with some of these other folks. And again, why does that have any kind of pertinence to this trial? Why didn't you become a lawyer instead of joining the FBI? And again, I'm not here to belittle you and anything like that. But with regards to your work, It hasn't been published by the American Medical Association. When did this man ever claim to be in the health field? American Medical Association, no. American Psychiatric Association, they haven't published it, no. I've printed it to such people, but I have not published with them, no. Or American Psychological Association, no. I presented it to them, but I have not published it, no. American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, I presented it to them, but they have not published it, no. Okay, none of these agencies have ever done a test to your theory or hypothesis with regard to this typology or characteristics, correct? But pause. Man, this is what it looks like when the defense really ain't got no defense for their client, so they just windmilling and shit. This motherfucker is Don Quixote's prime protege right now. This man just specifically asked him, did these people publish his work? And after he finishes telling the defense lawyer no, the defense lawyer flips around and asks a question that really has nothing to fucking do with the last 3 or 4 he just asked. You know what? The judge should be able to give jail time for lawyers wasting time. Not that I know of. I know of one psychologist who is attempting to do that now, but as far as I know, they haven't done it. But in the 33 years that you've been working on this issue, none of these recognized independent professional mental health agencies have ever said, Mr. Lanning, you presented to us, it sounds interesting, let us study it, analyze it, assess it, or anything like that. Mr. Lanning killing them because it was not intended for diagnostic purposes. In other words, those people have an audience that read their publications. These are clinicians, people who diagnose and treat people. This is a typology to be used by people who are engaged in fact-finding, investigation, and prosecution. So it's something that they were interested in. They frequently ask me to present it to them and so on. But it was not something that may be necessarily of interest to their readers, per se. So, all your work in essence is law enforcement geared toward prosecution type scenarios, not only to law enforcement, to various criminal justice professionals. The way I term it, it's geared toward people who are engaged in fact finding, someone who wants to try to find out what did or didn't happen. That's the primary use of the typology. That something can be, that sometimes can be mental health people. And I've listed in my vitae the various mental health, academic, and scholarly organizations and publications that I've presented it in. Slam dunk, mic drop goes for prosecution witness Mr. Lanning. Gotta change my carpal tunnel glove out. This one, I can only wear it for so long. Let me follow on from that. MDT, multidisciplinary teams, correct? that you've worked with or talked about and done checklists and things like that on how to handle. I work with some multidisciplines, yes. I mean, generally, those people have mental health professionals, things like that, that work with alleged victims or actual victims in these types of cases, correct? Yes, I've worked with mental health people who deal primarily with victims. Some deal primarily with offenders. Some deal with both. I mean, your presentation was quite informative, at least to me, because I wasn't familiar with these things. You sound dumb as a goddamn brick. Right, lawyer. Lawyer just as crazy as him. Maybe York offered him a plane ticket to risk for the defense. And then let's not forget this was your Georgia in the very early 2000s. Right after they shut down Freaknik. There's doctors, mental health folks, but those mental health folks, at least that aspect of law enforcement or psychiatry, hasn't accepted your work or sign. He has also not put it forward for a peer review. Why is he trying to make this man a scholar? Hold on a second, y'all. Uh, Okay, so we gonna take a break from the transcript for a minute, and we gonna go to the FBI website and look. Federal Bureau of Investigation typologies, landing 1986. Recognizing the limits of the typology developed by Growth, 1982, and the need for a typology that would meet the investigative needs of law enforcement officials in handling child sexual abuse cases. This is not a mental health tool. It's not his typology is not meant for mental health professionals. He done said that 15 different ways, and York's defense attorney will just not let that shit go. Maybe he was hanging around them too long, jaded, and they rubbed off on him. I don't know, but reading the documents, I'm aggravated at damn defense attorney. What evidence to look for, whether there are additional victims, how to interview a suspect, and so on. Lanning, 1986, expanded growth et al. Typology. Unlike the previous typology, which was predicated on understanding why child molesters have sex with children in order to treat them, this typology focuses on the need to recognize and evaluate how child molesters have sex with children in order to identify, arrest, and convict them. This typology considers a modus operandi continuum, distinguishing between situational and preferential offenders, somewhat resonating with regressed and fixated offenders, respectively. 7 distinct categories of offenders are identified in Table 4.3. Now, see, that little summary I just read right there is basically the same thing he said in court. But see, here go the kicker. This typology was revised in 2010. The court case was 2004. So the Federal Bureau of Investigations, in all its infinite wisdom, is still using this topology. Since I am a visual creature, and I know some other people are too, I just wanted to pull up the typology and look at it so we can actually have a visual in our head to know what the FBI agent is speaking on. Type of offender. Okay, now see, this is the typology of situation and preferential trial molesters, banning 1992. So there was situational offenders. See, there's the type of offender on the left, and then the offender characteristics on the right. Situational offenders regressed. Offenders have poor coping skills, target victims who are easily accessible, abuse children as a substitute for adult relationships, morally indiscriminate. Offenders do not prefer children over adults and tend to use children or anybody accessible for their own interests, sexual or otherwise. Do I need to make this bigger or can y'all see it okay? Sexually indiscriminate. Offenders are mainly interested in sexual experimentation and abuse children out of boredom. It's a goddamn. You know what? Somebody need to be an official ass beat around here. Like that thing out of Resident Evil. It just show up in front of these people's houses and beat their ass. Morally indiscriminate. Offenders do not prefer children over adults and tend to use children or anyone accessible for their own interests. Sexually indiscriminate, we already read. Inadequate. Offenders are social misfits who are insecure, have low self esteem, and see relationships with children as their only sexual outlet. And then we have the preferential offenders. We have the seductive. Offenders court, i.e., groom children and give them affection, love, praise, and gifts to carry on a relationship. Fixated. Offenders have poor psychosexual development, desire affection from children, and are compulsively attracted to children. Sadistic. Offenders are aggressive, sexually excited by violence, target stranger victims, and are extremely dangerous. Okay, so then this is the revised FBI topology, and you can see the difference because it's got the little ones up at the top. And you're supposed to cross one of those off every time they tick a box. The situational sex offender more likely on the left, and then preferential sex offender more likely on the right. It's like a greater than chart. Hold on for a second. So then you see it has on the left for the situational, less intelligent, lower socioeconomic status, personality disorders, including antisocial, psychopathy, narcissistic, schizoid, various criminal behaviors, generalist uses violent porn, impulsive, considers risk, slop mistakes. And mind you, this is all for the situational sex offender. I'm not even reading for the preferential. Okay. So then over here on the preferential side, you have more intelligent, higher socioeconomic status, paraphilias, including pedophilia, voyeurism, sadism, focused criminal behavior. And, this gets revised over time as people learn more information. See, this is the one from 2010 that Lanning did. I'm guessing this is the last. Any good tool is gonna be updated when it needs to be updated. And basically what that defense lawyer was doing was basically just glad handing everybody to try to, push doubt on the fact that, this guy know what he talking about. But he a whole retired FBI agent that worked 30 years in the behavioral science unit. I mean, who would if both of these mofos showed up at your door selling something, who you buying from? I'm going for Lanning for 500, Alex. I mean, shit, this lawyer kind of sounding like David for Eugene. Round this joint. I know. It's Saturday. Let me check on Eugene ass real quick. Like, if don't nobody else irk my nerves, that liver lip piece of crap irk my nerves. Crystal over here asleep, living her best life. Seal Sucker Suit Squad, right? Okay. I mean, generally, those people with mental health, those people have mental health professionals, things like that work with alleged victims or actual victims in these types of cases, correct? Yes, I've worked with mental health people who deal primarily with victims. Some deal primarily with offenders. Some deal with both. I mean, your presentation was quite informative, at least to me, because I wasn't familiar with these things. I'm just saying, I mean, you've got psychiatric people that are working with you on these multidisciplinary teams with law enforcement. There's doctors, mental health folks, but those mental health folks, at least that aspect of law enforcement or psychiatry, hasn't accepted your work as scientific or analyzed, is what I'm trying to get at. Um, the FBI accepts his work. They accept it with open, loving arms. Again, he's treating this man like he's a mental health professional, and he's not. He's a retired FBI agent. And also, the two terms aren't mutually exclusive. Sometimes you do have somebody that is in the field, in the mental health field, that will join the FBI. But he's questioning this man like he's one of those people when this man has clearly stated that he is not. Right, Alan. Man, that seersucker suit be so tight around the neck. I'd be like, can he breathe? David, is you okay? Again, when you say they haven't accepted it, I'm not sure exactly what that means. You setting yourself up for the okie doke again, little defense lawyer. Could I have published this in a peer-reviewed psychiatric journal? Yes. I presented it before the American Academy of Law and Psychiatry and groups like that. Could I have published it in their publication? Absolutely. The reason I didn't is simply I was trying to target the individuals who would be primarily using it rather than other individuals who may be more in a clinical role. Alan, that tight ass is tight around the neck. Be more lighty, got more head than he got body, and he emphasizes it with them seersucker suits, and it's killing me because it looked like somebody slowly inflating his head while he over there talking shit for Eugene. So of the agencies I've listed, have you been asked to publish stuff and said no, it's not appropriate, or you've just never been asked? Because you mentioned you presented it, and I figured if you're gonna go present these types of arguments to these agencies, it seems strange to me that they wouldn't pick up the torch and go do some research. It's a diagnostic tool. Right, Alan. It seemed like he have on that same damn blue seersucker suit every time. You know what? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's just his polite day uniform. Well, again, one of the things that's difficult for me to give a clear answer to your question is when, see, it's lawyers like this why people that really technically need to be in jail is walking around free. This man got to be kidding the Casey Anthony lawyer. He ain't been to but like 4 court cases that we done seen, the ones we done seen, Alan, over the last year. It could just be that he got 4 or 5 of the same seersucker suit in the closet. Free Jack, not Port City wrong. No, he wrong for that. Free Jaguar. See, that's why we got a problem in the black community now. Talking about free people that really needs to run out they whole stay at club I love me coat. They need to go to that resort where lights out is at 10 and meds is passed out at 9:30. Can I get a amen, brothers and sisters? If we as black people actually took mental health seriously, like I might crack a joke about it, but I also take my ass to my therapist. And I also take my medication every morning. So I know doth of which I speak. You know, I'm not just talking out the side of my neck or nothing like that. I have never did it shrink. No, it's just tight, Alan. It's tight around the neck, and it looked like it might be tight around the waist. We ain't never seen them stand up because they've been Zoom calls. But I got the feeling if we did, he would be about the size of Prince. So he has his stuff tailored that way. I don't know. But we as a community need to start taking mental health seriously because when we don't, we have shit like the carbon nuts running around. And then I don't know why the hell they running this story, but they say Velvet, also known as Velvetina, also known as Velveteen. He's shaped like Prince with a big old balloon head. Probably, Alan, probably. And his head might pop off and float away around this motherfucker. Somebody said that the Velveteen Nut is hooking up with Eugene. How he gonna take on Herpes Girl when he got caught in less than 2 weeks? 2 weeks. Hold on. I'm gonna find that daggone clip tonight. Velveteen Wabbit. David head gonna pop off just like that. I can't believe Sadetta asked me what I'm gonna do if Polite sue me. For what? What I done got up here and said that ain't true? I want to know. Now, you know, if you get up there on me lying, there's such a thing called a countersuit. Lord William McCrae is out here speaking his mind, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, if it's a lie, Velvet, the one that told it. Remember, they all went up there and gave them testimony. Wow!
So how long do you plan to stay on Mars?
2 weeks.
Have you brought any fruits or vegetables onto the planet?
2 weeks.
Excuse me?
2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Things are getting hotter each night. No trepidation is going out, and it gets worse. The rebels don't. Oh, I didn't know it.
David head gonna pop off just like this. The original Total Recall is that shit's naive. This live stream is going to prompt somebody to take their butt to church in the morning. God is trying to tell you something. Yeah. Okay. So we'll chop it up for a little while longer. What is wrong with you, Crystal? You don't want it? Right. Jada, your ass. I mean, it was bad enough the first time because it went on for 3 damn decades. But then y'all got the gall to sit up here and try to reboot that shit. If you think York didn't do it at this point, that's willful ignorance. That's willful ignorance at this point, unless you just stumbled across him on social media. Marcus Bryant L. Peace. Right, but it might not be because it's involving an underage victim. The only reason they unsealed York shit is because his folk wouldn't stop lying. True Peace, Tarnona. How you doing? Not the helmet, Jaded. Jaded say we taking the gloves off. Alan, right. My auntie had me in there watching that shit. What came up? Real sex and taxi cab confessions. Whoa, Lord. Motherfucker. You always in the way of whatever I need to get. Move your big ass around. You doing this on purpose. You too, asshole. Ouch. When they had people hunching on camera with drawers on, talking about they was having sex. I was sitting up here like something ain't right with this equation. That shit used to be funny though, Alan. I be sitting up there like, what kind of shenanigans these motherfuckers finna get into now? We ain't been live no 4 hours. We been live 4 hours, y'all. It don't feel like 4 hours. And just to think, the bunny ranch that we saw on Real Sex in the 80s is the same place where a federal judge kicked the bucket years and years later. Y'all ain't gonna do me tonight. I got work in the morning. For real. Remember they used to have the bunny ranch over there. The dude that owned the bunny ranch was friends with that judge, with that federal judge. He died before the lockdown, like a year before the lockdown, I think. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they was trying to say it was a conspiracy or some shit. That shit happened right after something. Then old boy went out there and had that flipping heart attack. So the Eagles won. Oh, that's why y'all was fussing earlier. It's game day. See, I don't even watch. I don't even be knowing. I thought y'all was just fussing to kick the bobo. Yeah, I was gonna put it all on a roller so it just roll across the screen, but the shit don't roll right when you upload it. You should have known something was up with York because of the book Sex Life of a Muslim. He plagiarized. Yeah, Marcus Hell, but hindsight is 2020. And by that time you was probably already indoctrinated. Crystal, sit down. I don't have any food. Dude, you just greedy. Don't nobody care. You can stay over there. Y'all like, hi, who's she talking to, Crystal? How much they won by, Craig? Yo, somebody hit me up out the blue. Like I had texted them one time on Messenger like 5 years ago on some shit for some kid. And this motherfucker talking about, hey, can you sell this for me on Marketplace? Hell to the now. Yeah, jaded, because it's like brainwashing kind of sort of. Them shits kill brain cells. Your books kill brain cells. But it's like group think or some shit through book format. How do you think? Dang, they did beat their ass. I mean, go back to Scientology and the daggone Sea Org. You would think it would take a lot, but apparently not. Well, at the end of the day, humans are herd animals, so you spook them, they all gonna run in the same direction. Right. Alan, no! Natty built like a York sentence. And then that casual, he'll be all right at the end. York sitting up here in the wheelchair looking dazed, confused, and senile. And it's like this man ain't 9 times out of 10, York don't remember none of y'all because he looked like he might have all the timers. But y'all sitting up here talking about y'all love Bob. Y'all ain't sent him not so much as a cup noodle. You're right, Alan. Oh my goodness. I wear my sunglasses at night so I can't. They threw that game over. They got paid to throw that game right there. Did nobody show up but the other side and the water boy? I mean, what's going on around this bus now, y'all? For anybody that's just coming in and wondering, we've been reading these court transcripts for a couple of hours. You can scroll back, but I'm about read out for the night because I have to get up early in the morning and pretend to be happy. Thank you for calling customer support. How can I help you? What I really want to say is, why the fuck are you calling me at 9 o'clock in the goddamn morning on a Sunday? 7 for showing up. It's like, if you ever have to call somewhere, don't call in early in the morning with no goddamn attitude. That's usually change shift. We ain't got shit to do with whatever your problem is. And we just got here. We ain't had time to check on nothing. Just soon as we sat down, our phone started ringing, and here you are with a damn attitude. It's Sunday morning. Ain't you supposed to be at church learning about the Lord? And you up here on the technical support line, raining hell. And look at that. You ain't even get the right extension, bitch. But you can't say all that or you might get fired. You know, shit. I like to eat. Y'all hear me out here crying, talking about donate to the Cashapp. They done got me. Y'all already know what's up. When I tell you the struggles of tech support, baby. It is the reverse of where your parents at. Where your children at? You and your children ain't there to help you. You need to call them and tell them to come over. And Lord, don't be having no bad day yourself. Everybody with a bad day gonna tap your line. It's like, and then the one you answer the phone, thank you for calling. Oh my, thank God you don't have an accent. So I don't have an accent. Okay, whatever. Let's just roll with it. You happy? I'm happy for you. It's like this mofo, they can't get in touch with this mofo. And it's like, that's how long the by lowercase t. He done lost too much weight, Craig. I understand being healthy and shit, but they be taking that mess entirely too far. You went from one end of the spectrum to over to the other. Went from obese to anorexic in the blink of an eye. Now, how the hell I ended up from not customer service, from Jaguar right to there. They got the bloggers fussing between themselves. Sean Davy way drug their shit out of Tokyo Tony. Then turn around now, Jaguar right mad at Sean Dayway. I guess he wasn't going with the party line. But going live from the mental institute on the nurse's cell phone does not look good. That looks like you don't know how to comply. That's what the fuck that looked like to me. But who am I? He been looking fake. He just looked like somebody shrinking his ass. Like Leonard said the other night, he looked like somebody put that curse from thinner on him. Randy built like a stud. You know what? I ain't with y'all. His glass is bigger than him. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. Man, until we do better, shit like this is gonna keep happening as a whole. Till we start doing better as a whole. This ain't gonna get no better. This skinny white girl bigger than him. I mean, he walking around here looking like Al Sharpton protege around this motherfucker. I mean, shit. How much? Like, I just want to get a little bit littler. Hold on, wait, what? Al Roker and Randy look like they could be twins right about now. Everybody going and getting that daggone weight loss surgery and shit, and then it's got them out here looking funny. Where Kel at, Keenan? Hey man, y'all got me back doing these long live streams again. Nah, we gonna go ahead and close this one out here. We've been on for a hot minute, almost 5 hours. So until next time, I might be live tomorrow evening or tomorrow afternoon after I get off work and stuff. I ain't gonna make no promises though. This is TripCTreehouse, where it's always swinging, and we're out.